X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. I'm sorry for being a bit late today. It took me a little extra time than I expected to gather segments for today because, like I said yesterday, today's stream is going to be another mega stream. Maybe not as mega as yesterday's stream, but still a pretty big mega stream nonetheless. I got a lot of segments already prepared, and then of course, I plan to do some segments from you guys, like stuff you guys recommend in chat. ATSW, the Shadow Wolf, the Lancer, Enceladus, Trans Gal, Zoomy Dog, Prancing Goldfish, Straw Hat Monty, versus Sayonara, good to see you, Heavy Gretel, good to have you here, Sad Shiba, what's up, War Penguin 55, good to see you, hello. Orther's Dork, what's up, Periwinkle 43, glad to see you're here, Avalon of Babylon, what's up, good to see you, Killjoy 40k, hello. Canova Kingamon, hello, good to see you here. Have I said hi to you yet, Summerstar? I don't think I have. Pink Penny, hello. The Crow, good to see ya. Project Jared, what's up? Intern, hello. Hi there. Hello, everybody. Fear the Old Gods, hello there in YouTube chat. The Void Cult Boy, what's up? Val the Shark, good to see ya. FBG123, how are you? Mark Slams, hope you're doing well. Diamond Weight Loss, how are you? Bubba Inc., hello. And as well, hello for Perfect America. By the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, for one, please like the stream. It really helps out a lot. Those thumbs up They really do help. Like, they really, really help, so I appreciate it. And also, if you're watching on YouTube right now and you're wondering why your messages don't appear in the chat on screen here, it's because this is not my YouTube chat or my Twitch chat. This is my website's chat, xanderhall.com/live. It's totally free to use the website, totally free to make an account. We've got built-in pronoun feature. You can get gifted a sub. We've got tons of custom emotes, and it's the chat that's actually on screen, so your words will be immortalized forever in the segments. So yeah, consider coming to the website and making an account. I always love seeing those little clocks next to names in chat that tell me they've made their account today. I always love seeing new people joining the site. Once I get paid, I'll start gifting more subs. No problem, Werther's Dork. No pressure to donate. There's never any pressure to donate, guys. If you can't afford to and you still want to support me, just drop a like. Those thumbs up are completely free. It takes half a second, and it really does mean a lot and goes a long way and helps a lot. But yeah, I mean, donations are always appreciated. I gotta pay my bills and whatnot, so if you can afford it, always, you know, consider it, but don't worry about it if you can't afford it, or if you would rather just buy something else. You know, I've wanted stuff before. If you want something like a new console or something, save up for that instead. You don't understand? I'm a teenager who has too much free time and doesn't know what to do with their money. It's almost always a good idea to save your money, you know? Like, I hope that you guys are, you know, even if you're younger and you feel like your money isn't needed as much, I hope you're being smart with it and saving. One of the best things you can do for yourself is save money when you don't need money, so you don't need money, right? It's hard to explain this well, but like, you don't want to live paycheck to paycheck. Having money and not needing it is a good thing, and the more money you can have and not need, the better. I mean, you can splurge from time to time. You can buy stuff. It's just, you know, you should save. You should prioritize on saving, and certainly investing if you can. If you're old enough to invest, there are definitely safe ways to invest in, like, stocks and stuff like that are very low risk, like very low risk. But, you know, don't talk to me for advice on that. I'm sure you could find someone who's an expert on that kind of stuff. Personally, I like to invest in, like, S&P funds. Or sorry, index funds like the S&P. There's a bunch of different ones, but they're pretty stable. They tend to just kind of go with the economy generally. And I'm pretty sure, I haven't checked Robinhood in a hot minute. I know, fuck Robinhood, but I haven't checked Robinhood in a hot minute. But I think I've probably made a decent amount back on there. I barely invest anything, though. Much like, you know, investment is gambling. It's not saving. Don't, like, use an investment account as a savings account. I always think of it like gambling, where it's like, oh, here, I've got like $30. Yeah, I'll invest it. I never plan on seeing this $30 again, and I'm fine with that. And I invest it, and if I'm lucky, I make money back, but I pretty much consider it gone the second I invest it. And then you can never really be disappointed. You can never really have problems. Is the stream lagging for anyone else? Here, let me check stream health really fast. Stream health is excellent. 0 dropped frames. I believe that's just on your end, Galixia99. Usually I would, like, err on the side of it being my end, but yeah, everyone's saying it's clean stream. Damn, Kentucky has been watching Destiny? You're not wrong, Austin Space. You're not wrong. Today's stream's gonna be fun. I've got a lot of topics set up for today. I will, of course, be taking tomorrow off because I streamed yesterday and I'm streaming today. But the day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will be streaming. And they're not going to be massive mega streams, but what I'm thinking I'm going to do for streams from now on is like a minimum of 6 topics per stream. Try to fish for a couple extra from chat on top of that like I didn't prepare. And then on top of that, try to fit in some gaming stream time at the end of that, because I know you guys want some gaming stream content. And then on Fridays, the plan is for me to do, like, every other Friday, I want to do call-ins, like viewer call-ins, where you can just talk to me about whatever, for, like, I don't know, 10 minutes we'll set a timer for. But if we have a debate and it's interesting, it can go on for longer. But yeah, I'm thinking of doing call-ins, so you guys can use my Discord server, like, join a chat, and then you get pulled through a line, and you get to talk to me for like 10 minutes, or debate me for longer, if you've got like a topic you think you can get me really stun-locked on, you know? Oh yeah, good idea, Sayonara. Thank you. You know what? You've got a market savvy mind. I appreciate that. For those that don't know, I have a new Discord chat in my Discord server. If you're in there, it's called the Stream Suggestions chat. If you ever just stumble across something and you're like, huh, one of the lefty streamers I watch should really cover this, just copy the link and drop it into that chat. That's all you gotta do. Just copy paste it in there. You don't need to say anything. You just copy paste it in there. Whenever I'm looking for topics to cover, I'll scroll through, and if it catches my eye, I'll cover it. You know, it could end up being one of my next segments. I don't use Discord, too much trauma associated. Orther's Dork, I don't blame you. Discord is literally run by, like, furry pedophiles, right? Like, that's not a meme, isn't it? Like, that's actually, like, true. Like, 50% of the people who like, started that entire company were, like, in some cub porn server. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure it's not good. Zancord does not involve furry pedophiles, however. No furry pedophiles, but definitely furries, and I'm thinking about having a great exorcism of furries from my Discord. That's Bouth's fault. Bouth has made the server very furry-friendly, and I think we're gonna have to change things. Yeah. I'm just kidding. There'll always be, like, a quarantine area for the furry chat, though. That's basically what we're gonna end up doing. We're gonna be quarantining most of the furry talk to a specific chat, because I know that you guys love your furry stuff, but we gotta quarantine it, okay? We gotta quarantine it. Hey, Zan, how are you? I'm researching zombies for a video. Oh, Pepper T21. I like I really like that. That sounds cool. Hey, if I can give you one piece of advice, because I'm a bit of a zombie nerd myself, I feel like this qualifies as research. Watch The Walking Dead. If you've never seen the full TV show of The Walking Dead, watch it all the way to the end. Obviously, the early seasons are iconically good and everyone likes them. People kind of just started to do the whole, like, bandwagon, we hate it. We hate it because it's popular thing around, like, season 6 of The Walking Dead. Granted, there were some dips in quality, but overall it wasn't, like, warranting the amount of hate it got. And then, like, around like a season and a half later, the show picks up a lot, and it never really got the recognition for its quality bounce back that it got, like that it deserved, you know? Like, the show had, like, one bad season, maybe 2 bad seasons, I would say, and I think bad is carrying a lot of weight here. And then everyone just kind of, like, never, like, it permanently is bad from that point, even though the newer seasons were actually quite good. Like, I was glued to my screen way more than even some early Walking Dead to those particularly last couple seasons. When did The Walking Dead air anyway? I was literally watching the day The Walking Dead premiered its first episode. It was 2010, I believe. And I believe it was like October 2010, like around Halloween, like right around Halloween, if I remember right. And then it ended last year, like early last year, I believe the show ended after, I believe, 12 seasons it was, maybe 10 seasons. It was either 10 or 12 seasons. I don't remember exactly what the number was, which sounds like a lot, and it is, but, you know, I think the show generally deserved it. But, yeah, the main shows ended, and now there's, like, a couple of spin-off shows that basically continue the story from different characters' perspectives. So, like, Daryl is in Paris, or, like, in France, and he's got his own spin-off show in Europe. Michonne and Rick have their own spin-off show called The Ones Who Live, where they're, like, dealing with the CRM and shit, and we're finding out what happened to Rick when he disappeared. Then there's, what's the other one? Dead City with Negan and Maggie. I think they're all pretty good. I'm liking the spin-off shows. They're pretty bueno, but it all needs to culminate with, like, I don't know, like a movie where they all reunite. Hey, Xanderhall, playing some Resident Evil 4 Remake, basically John Wick the video game. Yeah, Resident Evil 4, from what I understand, Leon Kennedy is quite overpowered in that game. Like, he's a bit of a badass. Granted, he was just a rookie cop in Resident Evil 2, was it? So it makes sense that he'd just end up, like, becoming the main character after he finds out that zombies exist and are a problem he's gonna have to deal with. This is funny to us in medicine. What's this?
Alrighty, so this is a 70-year-old gentleman who's supposed to have...
Okay. We've got audio fuckery I've got to deal with. God, no. No, I can't do shorts. I'm sorry.
So this is a 70-year-old...
Guys, YouTube shorts are so I refuse to do YouTube short reactions. I'm sorry, Delancer. YouTube shorts, they have to change the layout. The fact that I have to, like, open another tab, find a YouTube video, fuck with the volume there, and then refresh the YouTube short I'm watching for it to set it to that volume is just unacceptable. I can't be fucked to do that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But like, how did that ever ship? How did that version of the platform update ever ship with that problem existing? Did they never, like, test it and realize, wow, this is really annoying to go from, like, listening to a video quietly to watching a YouTube short and, oh shit, I can't change the volume on it? Or a YouTube short blares loudly and you can't change the volume on it. All you can do is mute it and unmute it. It's so annoying. Hey, Kamina Sethna, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, hey, Zan, I'm writing a novel about a trans man who, as far as he's aware, lives in a world where only women exist. Any ideas? Might throw in some robot gods and lightsabers, but it'll make sense. I'm writing a novel about a trans man, so presumably AFAB, who, as far as he's aware, lives in a world where only women exist. So clearly there's other men out there. Like, this dude's gonna meet other men. I definitely say avoid the, like, super cringe trope with media like that, where it's like the world where there's only women is like a man's paradise, or the world that's only women is like a man's nightmare, you know? I feel like a sort of indifference to the fact that he's presumably the only man and he feels isolated by it rather than, like, persecuted or pursued because of it would be a way more interesting plot line, personally. That's just my advice. That's just my writing advice, but hey, I'm no Alex Haley. Wait, fuck. First author that comes to mind is the author that has the same name as me. Damn it. I am. He's just like me for real. But yeah, thank you for the donation. I hope that my advice works. I would love to give writing advice, but I don't really feel like I have any place to do so. I just think that I have cool ideas that, like, if someone who's good worked on them, could make some gold out of it, you know? Like, I feel like I could produce some, like, really raw gold ideas that could be chiseled into something beautiful, you know? By someone who actually knows what they're talking about and what they're doing, if that makes sense. I don't know. Thank you for the $5, Kamina Sethna. I appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast so it shows your support. Remember, guys, if you want to support me financially, you can always do so on my website, xanderhall.com/live, and it's very appreciated. You can donate, subscribe, gift a sub, or you can support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, or you can join my Discord server through the link in the description, or buy Xander Hall merch through the Streamlabs link in the description. But regardless of how you support me, even if you just drop a like, one of those thumbs up that really goes a long way and it's totally free and just takes a second to do, or if you know, go the extra mile and donate. No matter what, I really appreciate it, and thank you for being here. Did you see Tim Pool change his grift up? He's moving to Day or Die, and it's like the new CRT or trans agenda, and like clockwork, all the usual suspects have switched to DEI rhetoric. I'm really confused, Killjoy 40k, but I'm sure I'll pick up on what that means soon. I'm sure I'll figure out what you're talking about there on my own. Maybe Tim Pool's the one that, like, all of them follow. When he talks about a topic, they all follow him? Is that sort of... Oh, diversity, equity, inclusion. Ah, I'm sorry. My mind blanked on that acronym. I'm really sorry. Okay. Guys, no more stun locking. It is time for a segment. I feel like a good one to start off with would be like the silly topic, the really silly one. All right. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, so I don't know whether or not this video is going to be a meme or not, but regardless of whether this is a joke video or it takes the topic fully seriously and tries to genuinely predict what would happen in this scenario, I think it's worth covering because there is a possibility that at some point in our lifetimes, maybe sooner than later, something like this actually happens. I mean, I think the existence of Trump kind of tells us that anything could happen in the world of American politics at this point, right? And that's the big question. What if Mr. Beast ran for president? I've had this video in my recommended for a couple days now, and I've been ignoring it, and I finally decided, you know what? I'll just react to it on stream if it's not going to get out of my recommended. It was uploaded 11 days ago by a YouTuber named Incest. I don't think there's going to be anything objectionable here as far as, like, you know, not wanting to promote this channel. I guess we'll find out in a moment, but for, you know, for posterity, I'll go ahead and drop my link to this video in the chat so you guys can go send some support, drop a like, subscribe, whatever it may be, comment on it. You know, I don't want to just steal views from a video. You know how it is. And we're going to check this out because I wonder if there's anything I can add to this. I feel like there's a real conversation to be had about whether or not in the near future we could see huge YouTubers consider presidential campaigns. Hell, Brandon Herrera, the gun YouTuber, like the biggest gun YouTuber, is literally running for Congress in Texas. Like right now, he is running for Congress in Texas, and he's doing well. So YouTubers running and winning political campaigns is not like a crazy thing, especially if they are really big, like huge YouTubers, Mr. Beast sized, for example. Destiny running for president would signal the end times. Well, I think he does plan to run for president, right?
In 2048, YouTube's #1 content creator, Jimmy Donaldson, also known as Mr. Beast, announces a historic bid for the presidency of the United States. From here, America's biggest YouTuber joins a crowded presidential field for the White House. Throughout the past several years,
Are we assuming he's running as a Republican?
Joins a crowded
Presidential contenders. Okay, wait, Fetterman's a Democrat. Kinda. Okay, so these are... I guess... What... Why is Vivek here? I don't know. I guess this is before Vivek dropped out. I guess these are hypothetical, like, contenders that he's up against. Yeah, these are Democrats and Republicans. Yeah.
Field for the White House. Throughout the past several years, Mr. Beast has floated around the idea of running for president. Those close to him have also mentioned his White House ambitions. But what would a Mr. Beast campaign look like? How will it operate? In this video, we're going to find out. Subscribe.
Would he continue making YouTube videos even as the president, do you think? Like, if he got elected president, if he, like, ran and got elected president, would we have President Beast? Because it wouldn't be Mr. Beast anymore. It'd be President Beast now. Would we have videos still where it's, like, him in the suit? And he's like, hey there, everyone. Today, we're gonna... I don't know. What would be like a presidential Mr. Beast video? We're gonna flood the whole White House with Orbeez. That would be a presidential Mr. Beast video, flooding the entire White House with Orbeez. He'd do that.
And leave a comment to let me know what you think.
I'd vote
Today,
for
we're
it.
going to base Mr. Beast's platform and chances off of historic precedent.
Hold on. To be clear, we're all voting for Mr. Beast if he runs for president, right? Like, to be completely clear here, we're voting for Mr. Beast if he runs for president. Like we're all in agreement here, right? There's no disagreement, there's no mix-ups here. No? Jade Monkey, what the fuck? Are you serious? I think Mr. Beast would be a good president. I do. I actually do. Unless you think he's actually the Antichrist. Because a lot of people think he's the Antichrist. Then I think that Mr. Beast would actually be a pretty good president. He actually gives a fuck about people and is like a human, for starters. Is Mr. Beast old enough to be president? Oh, you're right. Fuck, I forgot. He was born like 23 years old, which means he can never be president. Damn it. You're right. He's a 23-year-old. He'll never be able to be president. It's just not possible. He'll never be able to run for president. I'm obviously being a little snarky here, but yeah, he's like 25. He'll have to get older, but like that just gives him more time to build his empire, you know? Do we think Mr. Beast will be able to hold on to this level of exploding popularity for the next 3 to 5 years? I hope he does. I actually like his content. I think it's good. As long as he continues to reinvest his money into making crazy, cool content, I think he'll continue to grow. The only problem is, I wonder if he'll ever reach a cap where it's like diminishing returns. He can't make enough money back off of YouTube to pay for even crazier things, you know? And maybe he plateaus in like the scale of projects and just ends up having to get more creative with what he does. Hard to say. He is also expanding his empire outside of the English-speaking world by paying people to translate and dub over his videos in different languages, which is literally opening up his content to entire nations of people. Like, it's actually pretty crazy. If you could have a person who dubs all your videos in I don't know, Mandarin, and open yourself up to like a Chinese viewer base, for example. Although I don't know can people in China watch YouTube like just without any issues? I would assume maybe. That opens you up to an insanely massive audience that maybe hasn't even been tapped into in that like language on YouTube. Yeah, hey, if anyone here can dub my videos in Japanese, yeah. Japanese Mr. Beast is voiced by Naruto, or was it Luffy? Yeah, I remember people talking about that. The fact that the Japanese Mr. Beast videos are dubbed by the Japanese voice actor for like some really popular main character from a really popular anime. And it's just like nobody talked about it, and people were just like, wait a second, is that? Holy shit! Mr. Beast doesn't even advertise it.
Predictions.
Let me ask you that about being the greatest YouTuber ever. What's next? Because I was listening to your Rogan, and I swear to God, I thought this guy should be president.
Oh!
No, I'll say that'd be fun. Is that something you've thought about?
Yeah, the only thing
Political
is...
aspirations.
Yeah, I would love to.
From Jimmy's past expressed disdain for climbing the political ladder from local office to national, we assume he spends his time...
That clip seemed really clipped out of context, to be fair. I wonder if there's a big but, and he's just like, but I don't know if I'd have the time. I think it's a little bit of a pipe dream. I wonder if this is sort of like... for the sake of the, you know, hypothetical, he's editing things to make it seem like he actually plans to run for president. I don't know. I'd vote for him. You're correct? Okay.
Up until this point, continuing building his YouTube empire and other businesses such as Feastables. As stated in an insider article,
I've had Mr. Beast Burger. I had the Beast Burger, and my friend Ethan had the Chris Burger. It did, in fact, make him trans. He's been growing parts ever since he had the burger. Anyway, that aside, I had the Beast Burger. It was really good. You know, pretty decent burger. You know, it just seems like they had some decent ground beef. They made it into a patty, threw it on a grill, grilled it, like it actually seemed like it was grilled, and then put it on a bun with the toppings I asked for, lettuce, tomato, and pickle. It was solid. It was just a solid burger, and the fries were okay. The fries weren't like top tier or anything. They weren't the best fries I've ever had by any means, but they were like below McDonald's, above Checkers and Burger King, I would say. I would say like a fair bit below McDonald's quality fries, in my opinion, as far as flavor. Granted, they were kind of cold when I got them because the delivery driver was a little slow. but maybe when they're hot, they're way better. But I've never had White Castle versus. Yeah, I don't know. It was a solid burger, but I've never had the Feastable bar. I definitely want to try and pick up a Feastable bar of like a milk chocolate one and try it out like on stream for the bit. I think that'd be cool. Oh, I do not like Burger King or Checkers. Those are my two least favorite fast food places ever. Like, I would turn down a free meal from those places. Like, right now, I would turn them down. Yeah. The lowest quality fast food I'll generally go for, in my opinion, low quality, is McDonald's. I like Taco Bell. I don't really like anything from Taco Bell except the thing I get from them, though, which is, like, 12 soft-shell beef tacos. I like getting 12, and then I eat them all in one sitting in roughly a span of 5 minutes. Gotta eat them before they get cold. You know how it is. Yeah, 12. I'm not even lying to you guys. I get 12. 12 soft-shell beef tacos. They come in that, like, big cardboard box, like that little basket. And yeah, I could eat the fuck out of 12 tacos right now. Yeah, roughly in about 5 minutes, I just inhale them. Very enjoyable. I love Taco Bell soft-shell beef tacos. They're really good. How did we get to this from talking about Mr. Beast? I really need to get on ADHD meds.
Mr. Beast plans to run for president in his mid-40s. By the time he's in his mid-40s, the nearest presidential year will approximately be 2048. By 2048, Jimmy will reach the constitutional age of eligibility, being at least 35 years old and already meeting the 14-year residency requirement, as well as being a natural-born citizen, having been born in Kansas. Slightly less than half of the states in the country.
Kansas, really? Okay. I knew he lived in like one of the Carolinas now, but Kansas. God, the most boring state. Besides maybe Nebraska.
Allow candidates to use nicknames on the presidential ballot. In these states, for more name recognition and for brand cohesion, we assume Jimmy would run as Mr. Beast. Other states that prohibit nicknames, Jimmy would obviously have to run as Jimmy Donaldson. It would make both poetic.
I really do think it'd be better from just run as Jimmy Donaldson across the board. I don't think he would need to run under the Mr. Beast name. I feel like enough people know. Like, if they want to vote for Mr. Beast, they're going to learn his name, one way or the other. He's going to be on TV. He's going to be running big YouTube videos and ads and stuff. Like, he's going to be like, I'm Jimmy Donaldson, also known as Mr. Beast. Vote for me, and, you know, he'd be doing a big thing, right?
Poetic and logical sense for Jimmy to announce from his hometown in Greenville, North Carolina, a town he never left as his current base of operations. In the present, Mr. Beast works with the town's mayor in monthly calls on using the Mr. Beast business to help bolster the town's economic growth. It would be symbolic.
Wait, that's actually based as fuck. Yeah, he's like kept his business that he's built online, like set in his hometown, and he's working with the local government to help the money made be reinvested into his community. Like, people have given him shit for how his charity causes are just, you know, they're just philanthropy. They're just charity. They don't really solve or acknowledge any systemic problems. But it seems like, and I didn't even know this, Mr. Beast is already getting involved in politics and trying to make a real difference, you know? I'm not saying Mr. Beast isn't making a difference with what he's doing, but, like, actually tackling the root of the problem is even better than just going after the, you know, solving the symptoms, right? Interesting. I had no idea he was doing that. That's awesome.
To announce from a town whose economic success he's played a significant role in, and especially if his home.
Mr. Beast used to be in Elon Musk's. Oh my god, I can't talk today. I think I need to drink some more water. My mouth is just dry. Mr. Beast used to be kind of an Elon stan, I'll admit, but I really haven't seen him say anything positive about him in a while. He kind of removed the Elon Musk references from his video. He's also, like, best childhood friends with a trans person, and has, like, defended said trans person against transphobia online quite ardently, and continued to platform her, like, nonstop and, like, without any reservations, it seems. And also, like, Mr. Beast is, yeah, he's very clearly gotten more progressive, especially post Chris coming out as trans. Like, being someone who's childhood friends with a trans person, and then, like, you're just like, you don't really care. Like, it doesn't bother you, but you're also not like a super trans ally or anything like that. You just don't get it, and it doesn't bother you. They're your best friend, and that's all that matters. but then you see your best friend get nonstop hate and vitriol simply because of their identity. And they're your best friend. You've known them for years, since you were kids, and you care about them, and you see what they have to deal with. Not only does that proximity increases tolerance argument, account here, but proximity also equals sort of vicariously living that experience. It's really hard to not empathize with the experience of LGBT people, for example, when you've seen firsthand what they go through from the perspective of someone you care about, right? That's going to play a big role in whether or not Mr. Beast is going to be tolerant of what Elon Musk says and does as of late, right? And what's happening on the platform. Hell, Mr. Beast has refused to upload on X instead of YouTube, like Elon Musk asked him to, right? Like, Mr. Beast has multiple times turned him down on the request, like, publicly.
Home state of North Carolina solidifies as a swing state in the next few decades, having been just decided as recently as the 2020 election by just about a percentage point, making the state competitive for Democrats and Republicans in 2024. Inevitably, because it's politics, Mr. Beast's public opinion will drop once he jumps into the presidential race. Remaining apolitical and nonpartisan is something that Jimmy's been very conscious of for a long time. His manager Reed commented on advising Mr. Beast in 2018 to avoid the use of guns in his videos.
And him and I talked about it a lot in the early days. Is like, we got to stop the gun stuff.
Right, like there's a format of that on television, and there are ads that play before that video.
Yeah, that's the rough thing. That's the really, really rough thing. So, the problem with gun content is twofold. For one, outside of America, guns are not that popular. People don't see guns as cool. They don't see with Americans with guns as like fun or cool or anything like that. They see it as like stupid and dangerous, and they don't understand it, and they don't care about it, and they don't have like a cultural interest in guns even as a concept. And so when like Mr. Beast is thinking about reaching a wide audience, he's not thinking how wide most YouTubers are thinking. He's thinking worldwide. He wants his content to appeal to as broad of an audience as physically possible. So guns are a big one. Like just not having guns be talked about at all, so that the people who are really pro-gun don't start arguments about it in your community, and the people who are really anti-gun don't feel offended by the presence of them and feel like you may have an opinion one way or the other on other political issues, is the best idea when you're trying to be like a large, globally palatable content creator. I believe there was some other stats I heard from possibly that very podcast this guy is referencing. One of them is that the reference of, I'm going to say it, and my viewer count is going to drop because of this, references to urine cause your viewer count to drop a noticeable amount instantaneously. For some reason, people have really big hang-ups over that, and you should really avoid even mentioning it. Even saying, I'm going to get up and go pee is a bad idea. I know it's weird, but if you, like, maybe not the case in my smaller chat at the moment, but that's completely true. And I bet that will show in the analytics of this video. Yeah, I'm not even joking. There are people who are so squeamish about it that mentioning it ostracizes like 2% of your audience or something like that. Like not a crazy big percentage, but like a noticeable percentage of trends across videos show a like roughly an average of 2% instant drop the second piss is mentioned in any form of content. It's weird, but there's things like that you have to know when you're a content creator, because yeah, it gives you an idea of what you should avoid and what you should gravitate towards. You got to know these things, and Mr. Beast is really, really good at knowing these things.
18-year-old kid in the middle of nowhere, shooting stuff at random was like not something people were going to sponsor.
Another case of this has been shown in a podcast from Lex Friedman interviewing Mr. Beast. When asked about his opinions on censorship, Jimmy deferred the question.
With shadow banning,
Lex Friedman is like pretty conservative leaning, but he's also got like that broad mainstream appeal. I don't think this is like a big deal or anything.
Censorship and all that kind of topic, especially if you see it in other platforms like Twitter. Do you think about the role of centralized control of which information isn't or isn't made available through search and discovery?
I'll be honest, I never really think about it. So
You just try to make fun videos that.
yeah, I'm kind of more in my own lane, but it's not like that I don't just specifically think about it. I just like a lot of stuff in general. Like I'm just kind of in my own lane, thinking about my own stuff.
One of the reasons why he has expressed wanting to run is to work on bridging our political polarization. Like many Americans, Mr. Beast's political views can't be labeled Democrat or Republican in the two-party system. We get a few clues on.
I used to cringe a lot when Democrats and like liberals and whatnot would talk about how politically polarized and divided America is. And I was always like, yeah, okay, virtue signal some more. People are like cringe. Yeah, we've known this. Like conservatives are racist. That's just how it is. But like with how stark the divide has become with like the cultish support for Trump just because Trump owns the left more, and the fact that so many people on the left are driven to do things like support terrorism with like the Red Sea situation right now, just to like own the right and to own the like conservative Americans or whatever, it really does feel like the division has gotten beyond deranged at this point, and it's gotta cool off. Like, it's gotta cool off, because it's only been escalating, and I feel like it's gonna escalate not towards civil war or anything like that, but just more political violence, mostly on the part of the right, but certainly on the part of the left, too. The left is not immune to, like, the ability to commit political violence, and for it to be wrong when they do it.
What a Mr. Beast presidential platform could look like. Based on Jimmy's work on Team Trees and Team C's, being pro-environment would obviously be a plank on the platform. So will social progressivism, which parallels Jimmy's public support for the Black Lives Matter movement and the LGBTQ community, supporting his childhood friend Chris's transition. Economically, he's voiced support for some form of universal basic income or stimulus. He's interacted with the 2020 presidential candidate Andrew Yang in the past, who made these ideas mainstream. It also makes sense as he's built a career off of giving money. He has stated that he wants to show he can't be bought. If I had literally $0 in my bank account and I was like, vote for me, I feel like that's a pretty good campaign thing. These progressive policies mirror the lean of young people, including the iPad kids who comprise many of Mr. Beast's audience. They will ease in and comprise.
Well, okay, so the problem you have to remember, though... Well, okay, so here's the thing, though. Millennials who make up, like, you know, maybe like a third of Mr. Beast's audience, Gen Z who probably makes up like 60 to 70%, and Gen Alpha who are so young, they're, you know, the oldest are probably able to make up like 30% or something of his audience. The math might be off there, but I think I got it about right. If we're talking about like 2046, I think it was, when Mr. Beast would be able to run for president for the first time, yeah, by then most of his audience, if not all of it, that's like around now, that's American, will have hit voting age. They'll be legally able to vote by then. And then some, more like waves of his fans too. That's a well, you have to remember, Mr. Beast's sub count accounts for a lot of people that aren't even American. We have to look at what percentage of his active subs, remember. Mr. Beast is an old channel, okay? He gets a lot of views per video, but if you look at his total view count and you look at the amount of views he gets per video, well, it's not a bad ratio. It's very clear that a certain percentage of his audience, possibly tens of millions of subs, are completely dead inactive accounts. And people made new accounts and resubbed to him. And so there's probably a good amount of dead weight on his channel currently. So we'd have to account for that too, and it's hard to tell how much of his sub count would be that. But if we look at the amount of his fans that are active and American and would be 18 or older by the time Mr. Beast is able to run for president, and compare that to how many votes are needed generally to win an election, and we account for growth in American population, which I think is supposed to plateau off and level out soon. Hard to say. I genuinely don't know how many of Mr. Beast's fans are American. I think a lot of Canadians, British people, you know, so on, make up his fan base too. Like, it might not be as many American people as you think, because he's got very broad worldwide appeal.
The majority of America's electorate and will be part of his winning coalition. But the point is, by the time Mr. Beast runs, the youngest of his current audience will be of voting age. Mr. Beast's Olympics video also shows what his foreign policy could look like, such as what countries he would recognize if elected president. Of course, that's not without controversy. It's been called a geopolitical nightmare and cursed for the countries it recognizes and doesn't. There will be several key advantages Mr. Beast will enjoy, but also disadvantages he'll suffer from. Among the list of advantages includes money, obviously. He can self-finance. Jimmy has strong financial backing. He stated that he would make giving away money a part of his campaign. Because Mr. Beast can self-finance his campaign, he's less likely to listen to the special interests, including political action committees and lobbyists.
Yeah, I feel like Mr. Beast would just like take a sponsorship to do a video where it's like giving $5,000 to every person on the street who subscribed to me. And he would be walking around like the streets of New York or LA, and he'd walk up to a person if they seem friendly and, you know, accepting, or he'd have like a sign that says like, I don't know, do you know me or something? And everybody who's subbed to him and they can show it on their phone or whatever, he gives them like $5,000. He used to do that. And then he asked them, are you gonna vote for Mr. Beast? Are you gonna vote for me? And like does a video where he, like, if he does a video like that as a campaign like advertisement, that would go mega viral like any other Mr. Beast video and get his campaign existing in front of countless eyes. Not to mention, if Mr. Beast simply tweeted, I'm running for president, every drama YouTuber, every news YouTuber, several major news outlets would already be talking about it. So the news would spread really fast. It would be like an exponentially like increasing explosion, basically. The more people who found out about it, the more reporting there would be, and it would be like an endless loop. Everyone would know that Mr. Beast is running for president within like a week, maybe less.
An electorate.
Yeah, he'd get tons of free advertising. The world's biggest YouTuber running for president, oh my god, the amount of news coverage of the topic would be free advertising alone.
Tired of corruption could find this refreshing. And there's precedent to this. Billionaires before, such as Ross Perot, most notably financed their own national campaign. However, Perot didn't enjoy the name recognition that Jimmy has right now and will likely increase in the future, which leads me to my next point. Loyal following. Already, Mr. Beast.
Yeah, there are just a lot of like Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Millennials that give such a little fuck about politics. They would vote for Mr. Beast because they like him, and there's finally someone that they actually like as a person running for president. I genuinely think that would get a lot of people to vote for him. Just the fact that a lot of his audience are probably not super politically active. They probably don't vote. And Mr. Beast being on the ballot might be enough to make them vote for the first time, and it would be for Mr. Beast.
Has more social media followers than many former US presidents and sitting senators. His YouTube channel has been watched by more than 10% of the world. In terms of viewership and following, no other creator comes even close. He is undoubtedly the most influential content creator ever in YouTube. Jimmy's campaign can bring a large swath of traditionally apathetic voters into the voting process. Like other celebrities such as Taylor Swift, Jimmy already wields the influence that can increase turnout and civic engagement with a social media post. These first-time voters who believe in Jimmy before he entered politics will follow him there. Tension.
10% of the world means like that's 10% of the world. Holy shit. Like, that's not even accounting for, like, English-speaking countries. That's 10% of the fucking world. So that means in America, if you walk up to a random person on the street, at least 1 out of 10 of them, 1 out of 10 people you randomly stop on the street, has watched a Mr. Beast video. Not knows who Mr. Beast is. Not has heard of Mr. Beast because their kids watch him. Has watched a Mr. Beast video. That's fucking crazy. And it's probably more than that because it's 10% of the world. God knows how much of that 10% is made up by America, Canada, the UK, etc.
Mr. Beast will enjoy the luxury of having traditional media and the internet on his side, but more especially the latter. It'll be a big thing on the internet for sure, because it's possible that they could elect the first YouTube president. It was the internet that propelled a then Senator Barack Obama into the national spotlight and helped in his run for the presidency as he used the internet to build a grassroots donor base. It was traditional media's laser coverage of celebrity Donald Trump's campaign that helped him win as well. A lot of debates and other events in the—
Well, okay, so Donald Trump primarily, I feel like Donald Trump won because of 2 big reasons. Well, 3 big reasons. For one, and this was proven, his campaign coordinated with the Russian government in order to leak secrets, like, about, or not even secret, just to leak shit about the Democratic Party and Hillary Clinton to make her look bad. And he also played into it by starting a ton of rumors, and, you know, his fan base started a ton of rumors that caught on and spread and were repeated in lots of media and just became big jokes and memes online. So people kind of had jokes become reality sort of subconsciously for them with the whole, like, exposing the Democrats, exposing Hillary thing for Trump and his cronies. And then from there, you had the fact that Trump came into the space roughly as bad as he was ever going to get during his campaign. Like one of my earliest memories of Donald Trump was that time that he mocked a reporter who is like disabled or something like that. Like he was mocking him, like doing an impression that was very offensive. That was like the first big thing I remember Trump doing. That was his entrance into this space. That was like year one of his campaign, like month one, year one of his existence in the world of politics. When he starts like that, there's no big shocking thing he can do that just makes people drop him. Because people have already become numb to the worst of what he is capable of. And they've already begun bracing themselves for him to go even further by the time he does go further, you know? When he's really in office and he's fucking everything up. They're already ready to make excuses for it because they feel so bought in to the whole thing.
Presidential election process involved playing to the audience. Jimmy is a natural entertainer. He knows how to communicate his message most effectively, which is key to a country seeking new leadership. Outsider. Another advantage for Mr. Beast is being an outsider. Historically, the country has had a hunger for anti-establishment figures that can shake the system up. Mr. Beast, with his lack of traditional political experience, can be used as a strength as voters will look to him as an anti-career politician candidate. Someone who could be seen as the man of the people, as he hasn't been in Washington for decades and still remains incredibly grounded to the people throughout his philanthropy. Among the list of disadvantages, Mr. Beast running as an independent or his own party candidate has a strong chance of being locked out of the presidency if the country doesn't abolish the electoral college system. Historically, independent as well as third-party bids for
Yeah, well, he would have to run as a Democrat, I think, realistically. Although he would... it's hard to say how many of his fans he would probably have to run as an independent in order to keep, like, the benefit of being Mr. Beast, right? The fact that he's got such unanimous bipartisan support from so many people, and he's this outsider that people are willing to just support no matter what. So I think the idea that he's just got his own set of beliefs and fits into no party would work. But, like, yeah, it's hard to say with the Electoral College whether or not, like, even sheer numbers would make a difference. But, like, they'd have to, right? Like, the problem with third-party candidates is they don't get votes. That's the problem. Third-party candidates don't get votes. They're just a waste of votes when people who otherwise would support another more viable candidate would rather give their votes to them. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say what the best move for Mr. Beast would be in that situation. I honestly think it would be one of the few cases where a third-party candidate could genuinely sweep an election would be Mr. Beast. I think his chances would be pretty good, the more I think about it.
Or the White House have failed. In recent memory, we have not had an independent US president. Unless you run under one of the two parties, your chances of winning the presidency are slim. Even former President Teddy Roosevelt, who failed to secure his election nomination as the Republican candidate, chose to run as a third party under the Bull Moose label. Even a former president failed to get a sizable share of the electoral votes.
I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit for political purposes.
Well, it's hard to say, though. In 2046, with so many young people like being the voter base, like maybe the idea of voting third party for someone they really like is just a much more plausible thing in the future, you know? We're talking 20 years from now.
My opponent's youth and inexperience.
Age could also be made an issue in the campaign. Voters might think Mr. Beast is too young at this point in time. Older voters who are less likely to know.
We're talking about Mr. Beast in 20 years here. Yes, he will be at the very beginning of when he's able to run, but we're talking about a Mr. Beast who would presumably have another 20 years of growing his massive empire and, like, making the world a better place in front of the entire world while, like, building, like, an entire multiple generations' childhoods. Creating their childhoods. Like, I really think, the more I think about it, the more I think Mr. Beast's chances would be, like, astronomical.
know of Mr. Beast, or pragmatic young voters will write Mr. Beast off as a perennial candidate among the likes of the guy Vermin Supreme who runs every cycle while wearing a shoe for a hat. Again, assuming he continues making YouTube videos up until this point, other voters will criticize Jimmy for his lack of political experience and will write him off as unserious. They'll argue that Jimmy's experience as a YouTuber will not translate over to being a good world leader. But then again, America has had an entertainer to the presidency pipeline. California elected Hollywood actor Ronald Reagan to the governorship, and then later the country elected him to the White House. Even more amazingly, America elected Donald Trump directly to the presidency, who, unlike his 44 predecessors, held no office prior. It's impossible for pundits at times to 100% accurately predict the next election cycle, much less predict a cycle decades away. Who knows? Mr. Beast might not even run for the presidency because of the time he needs to allocate to the campaign, as well as the years of planning in advance. Winning the presidency would also require Jimmy to sacrifice 4 years of his life at the minimum, and if he wants to seek re-election, another 4.
I would want to see him continue YouTube, even if he has to like slow down the production of content, or like make it so someone else hosts a lot more of his videos, but they're still being funded and made and everything by his team. Like, but it's like under his name, like sort of a company for a lot of the videos, and he's there for some of them. Even then, just having President Beast there for like 20% of the videos would be well worth it.
On top of that, the job itself, already hard to earn, will require lots of energy and stress. By the end of Jimmy's term, he could wound up with a lot of gray hair, but Jimmy's smart. Like for his buried alive or no eating video, he'll consult with the veterans in the field. He'll have meetings with the best campaign strategists, consultants, and organizers he can find before making a decision. Already, he's been in some sort of political conversations. He's friends with those in politics, including former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger and billionaire Elon Musk. He's been on a poker show with Senator Ted Cruz, and his hearing blindness videos spark political dialogue. While any presidential election in the 2040s is decades,
Mr. Beast just doesn't like try to get people pissed off. Yeah, you Elon, and you Ted Cruz too. But it doesn't really seem like Mr. Beast cares about who he is interacting with if he's getting platformed. As much as I hate to say it, Elon Musk is still more famous than Mr. Beast. Like, as a figure, Elon Musk is more famous than Mr. Beast. It's the truth. And Mr. Beast has a lot to gain from getting shouted out and even mentioned by Elon Musk. The same goes for someone like Ted Cruz, or really any political figure that's holding office. Sad but true. If you were a YouTuber and you had a a political office holder like talking about you, you probably wouldn't want to piss them off, or just like when you're not a political figure, you're just like a entertainer, you probably wouldn't want to completely like burn that bridge. Even if they're super cringe. Wait, how old is Mr. Beast? I thought he was Vash's age? No, bro's 25, dude. Mr. Beast is 25 years old. He blew up when he was like 20. Like 21.
away, the grounds for a potential Mr. Beast presidential campaign is constantly being built, whether Jimmy knows it or not. Everything Jimmy's doing across the country, opening a Mr. Beast restaurant in New Jersey to giving money to strangers in California, is setting up the groundwork for Mr. Beast for president. The people whose lives have been touched by him will be his most loyal supporters. And if Jimmy wins, it will also pose further interesting questions. Can an independent president work with such a partisan Congress on passing legislation? Will he improve America's image in the world? But the question for now remains, will Mr. Beast run? Is this his endgame? Additionally, if he agrees to mount such an ambitious bid, is the influence that Mr. Beast has now, plus what he accumulates in the future, enough to overcome the two-party system?
Well, I think, okay, so I guess that's the end of the video anyway. You know what, I think this is a good frame to like have up on screen while we have the end bit of this conversation. So, what really is the biggest question here isn't whether or not Mr. Beast, like, presuming he continues to go on as he is now, in 20 years would be able to run for president and win. The real question is, because what he relies on is this in order to even have a chance of winning in the first place, is will his YouTube channel still be around and having the same or more, and it would need to have the same or more, levels of success in 20 years. YouTube's been around for almost 20 years now. Not quite 20 years, but almost 20 years. And there is yet to be a YouTuber who's been able to make a lifelong career off of it. Not only because the platform just hasn't been around long enough to see whether it's possible to have a long-term career, especially at the top, maintained on the platform, but also because we've seen that, generally speaking, most people on YouTube that even make it to a really good spot end up losing it over time. The platform is fickle, burnout exists, and if you aren't able to push through it and keep making content and keep growing your audience, you won't be able to keep YouTube happy and your channel will drown. So yeah, I mean, like, a lot of channels just aren't able to maintain it, and it's not a career thing for a lot of people. And I wonder if, I mean, at this point, MrBeast has such a large team making content, it almost seems like he's reached critical mass. But there's also been other channels that have had similar levels of success proportionally that were thought to be just as untoppable. Think about Smosh. Obviously, I think Smosh is back now. Maybe they're unback. I don't know. I haven't kept up. But, like, Smosh at one point was the biggest channel on YouTube. They had, like, what was at the time the equivalent to a MrBeast team level of employees. They were making tons of different type of content. Their channel was like a media channel, the first of its kind, and they were thought to be unstoppable. They were the highest quality of YouTube content at the time in terms of production value, and they were genuinely thought to be unstoppable. If you told someone in like 2013 or 2012 that in like 3 to 2 years Smosh would be like a shadow of its former self, they would laugh in your face. It would be like telling someone right now, hey, in 2 years, MrBeast is going to be making like 10% of the views and sub growth he's making now. None of you would believe me. It was the same deal with Smosh. So I wonder if in 20 years, MrBeast is going to be maybe not irrelevant, but nothing close to where he is now in regards to the level of growth and active support he has. The Last of Us also won Outstanding Main Title Design, and Outstanding Special Visual Design in a season or a movie, and Outstanding Sound for a comedy drama. Well, okay, Delancer, I appreciate that, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I think MrBeast could definitely continue onward in the next 20 years as long as he continues to do what has been working for him now, and YouTube doesn't do anything that just makes his type of content impossible to keep up, right? YouTube sometimes does that. Sometimes there's just one big YouTube change that makes an entire genre of content a YouTube channel made impossible to maintain anymore, and the channel just dies. It happened to a ton of animation channels. YouTube used to be a lot more forgiving to long-form animation videos, and they were, like, viable to make. You wouldn't take too much of a loss from uploading, like, once a month or once every few months with one really long video that, like, made up for that fact because you really put in the time to make a high-quality piece of content. There was a time when that was fully economically viable with YouTube monetization. Now you have to have a Patreon to keep that going. So there could be another change similar to that that makes MrBeast's form of content impossible, economically to maintain. He has said that he reinvests roughly 100% of the money he makes off of his videos into the next video. So, yeah. Like if things just changed overnight for him, he could go, relatively speaking, bankrupt. It's a scary thought. He really does live on the edge. He's a bit of an edge runner. He's edging. I know that topic was pretty silly, but I feel like it's worth talking about because, it's an interesting political hypothetical, right? I like it. I think it was a cool topic. MrBeast being president, it's an interesting what-if scenario. How do you guys like that segment, though? I'm curious. The guitarist from U2? I don't know what the guitarist's name is specifically. No. If he becomes president, you gotta find this segment. Yeah, we gotta dig back 20 years later to find it. Hopefully I'm around on YouTube in 20 years, making a decent name for myself, Aw, Noodle, no. Convince Ethan to DM a Cyberpunk Red game? That would be pretty cool. You know what I found out about Cyberpunk, like the tabletop? Apparently it's tradition for at the end of your run every time for Adam Smasher to kill all of your characters when you get to the end of your, like, campaign in a Cyberpunk tabletop game. Like, he's just so fucking strong. He just comes in and wipes the floor with you. And I was like, huh. Cool. I don't want to spoil anything, so, yeah. If you know, then you know. Yeah, it makes sense and puts things into perspective, Cleaver120. It also makes me really disappointed that from what I've seen, the Atom Smasher fight in Cyberpunk 2077 is, like, super duper disappointing. Like, I watched Edge Runners, and it's like, holy shit, this goes hard as fuck. And then I watched the fight on YouTube, and it's like, oh, they fixed it? Unless it's, like, literally... Unless the damage caused by the battle takes out an entire city block, I don't know if they've fixed it. Yeah, I don't know. I really liked it, though. Edge Runners is great. You should watch it if you haven't. I've thought about getting my mom to watch it because she's visiting, and I've gotten her into watching like a lot of new content, including anime. But no, I don't think I will. I don't think I will. You can't one-shot him, but he's still a pushover. Haven't played since the latest update, though. Like, from what I had explained to me by Ethan, Atom Smasher has the best Sandevistan ever made. So he should be faster than even perceptible. Like, you should have to have a Sandevistan on, fully upgraded, and then you still have to lead your shots, like, really skillfully in order to even hit a shot off on him. Like, that's just one feature of his fight that should exist. Because in lore, he is imperceptibly fast. He can also create gravity wells that just, like, shatter your entire body into nothing. So you'd have to, like, have constant AoE gravity wells forming everywhere that are, like, destroying the environment. Yeah. There's more than one Atom Smasher? Shut up.
To be fair, a lore-accurate Atom would be really imbalanced.
The point of the ending where you fight Atom Smasher is that it's practically impossible to beat him. That is, like, what they meant to do. It should be, like, practically impossible to beat him in that ending. That's what I'm advising here. It should be, like, ridiculously impossible to win. But technically possible, but really, really almost impossible. Interesting verses. Hello, Zan. First time watching your stream live. Nice, Luca Pellegrinelli. That's a really interesting last name. Sounds Italian. What terrorist did Hasan talk to? We'll get into that in a moment. Gay SJW. Very interesting name. Loverworm, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very based and kind of you. Says, President Beast would say, "Hey, America, I just signed a bill that makes us officially at war against Israel." Pog. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be a pretty based and red-pilled Mr. Beast video. Anyway. Ugh. Now my cheek is itchy. What the fuck? I really need to shave. Anyway. Wow, we got a lot of people here right now. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a good time. Hey, if you're watching the stream and enjoying it right now, consider dropping a like. Those thumbs up really do go a long way, and they help the channel a whole lot. Like, a whole lot. So I really do appreciate it when you guys do that. Those little thumbs up really do mean a lot to me. And of course, if you got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else and you don't want it for anything else, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me on my website, xanderhall.com/live. It really does help out when you do that. You know, I just moved and I could, you know, it helps to afford bills and food and those types of things. And of course, you can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. And you can also buy my merch through the Streamlabs link in the description and join my Discord server through the link in the description as well. Highly recommend doing that because my Discord is poppin'. It's dope. So, yeah. Thank you for being here regardless, but definitely drop a like. It really helps a lot. And maybe donate. Maybe, you know, maybe. It'd be pretty cool of you if you did, you know, just, you know, maybe. If you just, maybe. Just maybe. Not a big deal if you don't. Just, you could. Like, you don't have to, but, like, you could. I'm not saying you gotta. I'm just saying, like, what if you did, though? Like, what if you did? Okay. I'm gonna take a sippy. Damn, a lot of people joining for the first time. The hell? Welcome, everyone. Make sure to drop a like if you're enjoying. Hopefully you enjoy your time here. Anyway, as always, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy. Listen, I don't know whether or not I should resist the urge to make the easy jabs with this story and this headline. I feel like I'm above it, but I don't know if I'm really above it. Kentucky Republican pushes bill to make sex with first cousin not legally incest. First cousin isn't blood related, right? Are first cousins blood related, or are they blood related? I don't know. I don't really have a lot of extended family, so I'm not really familiar with it. They are? Or they are blood related? First cousins are? Yes, blood related? Oh. Okay, so it's a full-on Kentucky moment, huh? They are blood related? First cousin is your actual blood related cousin. It's your aunt / uncle's son / daughter. Oh. That's a pretty yikes. That's quite yikes. Yeah, I guess we'll read the article here, guys, because Kentucky's wilding out, I suppose. Kentucky Republican pushes bill to make sex with first cousin not incest. A Kentucky Republican has introduced legislation that would amend the state's law so a person who had sex with their first cousin would no longer be criminally liable for incest. House Bill 269, nice, which State Representative Nick Wilson sponsored, was introduced on January 16th to the House Committee on Committees. What? To the House Committee on Committees. Interesting. According to the Kentucky General Assembly website, it would strike, quote, first cousin from the list of familial relationships, defined as unlawful incest in the state. The amendment would also reduce the designation of incest by contact to a Class D felony for some cases, quote, unless it is committed with a person who is less than 12 years of age. Ah, yes, if we're going to put an age cutoff for when we should consider it a serious crime, 12 sounds about right. 13, not a big deal, but 12, no. Okay, I see what you're doing here. In which case it is Class C. What? It's 2024 and the internet exists, and this Kentucky Republican just presented this bill shamelessly, proudly even. Dude, I am so glad I don't live in the South anymore. House Bill 269, nice, which State Representative Nick Wilson sponsored, was introduced on January 16th to the House Committee on Committees. According to the... oh, wait, I already read that. Sorry, my bad. I'm very cringe. I'm very bad at this. Editor, cut that last bit out. Wilson, then a 27-year-old public defender, first shot to prominence when he won the 37th season of the CBS reality TV show Survivor in 2018. He got big off of a reality show. Who could have guessed it? David vs. Goliath, before returning to the 40th season. 40 seasons. That means it was on for 40 years, right? Like, generally a season a year? That's how most shows go? Featuring the winners from both previous shows in 2020. In November 2022, Wilson ran unopposed for the 82nd District of the Kentucky House after Republican incumbent Regina Huff retired. Kentucky law states that a person is guilty of incest if they engage in sexual relations with a person they know to be, quote, his or her parent, child, grandparent, grandchild, great-grandparent, great-grandchild, uncle, aunt, nephew, niece, brother, sister, first cousin, ancestor, or descendant. The amendment introduced... Wow, ancestor. I like that. I like that. The amendment introduced by Wilson, if passed, would remove first cousin from this list. It would also alter Kentucky law on parole for violent offenders to include a person who, quote, has been convicted of incest by sexual contact within the definition. It would also alter Kentucky law on parole for violent offenders to include a person who, quote, who has been convicted of incest by within the definition. Oh, so it would count incest as a violent sexual offense? I guess that's a good side of this. Wilson's bill was called truly insane by Eliza Orlins, a New York public defender who previously appeared as a contestant on Survivor as well. Why are so many fucking government officials appearing as contestants on Survivor? Do I need to watch this show? Survivor Vanuatu and Survivor Micronesia. In a nearly 2-minute TikTok video, also shared on her X account, Orlin said, quote, "Oh my god, I've got some wild news. This news relates to David vs. Goliath winner of Survivor, Nick Wilson, who then leveraged the fame he obtained from winning Survivor to run for Kentucky state legislator and got elected. Quote, Nick Wilson is not only supporting, but also introduced a bill that would reclassify incest in the state of Kentucky to not include your own first cousin. Kentucky, like so many other places, is facing a lot of issues, and this is Nick's top legislative priority." Dude, that is... And it's Kentucky, you know? Like, it really doesn't get better than that, right? In 2024, a bill being pushed by Kentucky Republicans to loosen laws on incest. That's extraordinary. Orlins urged her followers to, quote, "reach out to anyone you know in Kentucky and tell them to flood his office with phone calls and make this story known." In August 2021, webcomic creator and YouTuber Christine Weston Chandler, also known as Chris Chan, was arrested on a charge of... This article went places I was not expecting, guys. Listen, I'm not trying to start shit or anything, but didn't Keffels have Chris Chan on her stream? Or, like, do a video interview with her, like, yesterday? I heard about it on Twitter. But yeah, as the article is saying, in August of 2021, webcomic creator and YouTuber Christine Weston Chandler, also known as Chris Chan, was arrested on a charge of incest in Virginia and later caused a stir by stamping their feet repeatedly in court to disrupt proceedings. The case was dismissed in August 2023. French survivors of incest spoke out online in January 2021 using the hashtag #MeTooIncest, but spelled in like a French way, I guess, after prominent lawyer Camille Kouchner alleged that her stepfather, a high-profile political scientist, sexually abused her as a child. Yeah, it seems like there's definitely some concerns to have about this suggested bill. Definitely some concerns worth having. Oh, we've got a video attached. Ooh, a video. I love when there's a video attached to these articles. That's always fun. What you got? Oh, it's gonna make me read? Is there no actual... That's what he looks like? Dude, wait, is anyone really surprised? He looks inbred, dude. This guy's a sandwich. Look at this dude. Where is he? Oh, is this Survivor? Is this when he was on Survivor? I hate when there's a video attached and there's no actual, like... There's no actual video, you know? It's just sort of... It's just sort of like the same thing I just read, but like with some background music and some neat editing. Oh, nice neck crack. I love that. Here, really quick. I wonder if there's more coverage on this story. Is there not? Holy crap. That's wild to me that there aren't more people covering this. I get that it's like a pretty new story and it came out today, but you would think there'd be more people on top of the Republican in Kentucky pushing a bill that would make sex with your first cousin not be considered incest legally. I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty high priority. What is there like, the dangers of incest? Or I guess it would be inbreeding, right? Obviously, not every incestuous relationship has to lead to inbreeding, but like, you know, the legality of incest broadly can lead to that type of thing quite readily, right? It's a pretty big issue. I imagine many of you guys are probably thinking of Destiny's like incest is morally neutral debate right now, but Destiny's reason for why incest is not good, because he doesn't believe it's fully morally neutral, he does believe there's problems with it, is that not having taboos against incest as a whole can lead to a bit of a slippery slope in which we're basically allowing inbreeding to occur. Now, good family planning accessibility makes that less of a problem, but yeah, we probably shouldn't societally encourage incest. I don't think it's a good thing. Maybe I'm going to look like a massive bigot and I'm going to feel bad about this in like 10 years and maybe like the incest rights movement ends up getting really big, but I don't think so. I'm going to be real. I'm not seeing that. I don't see it coming. I'm known to be a bit of a prophet and I don't see that future happening. I mean, were we ever flooded with an army of mutant incest babies? Well, Zand, shut the fuck up. Wait, what am I saying that I shouldn't be talking about? What do you mean? Here, why is inbreeding bad? Explained.
1649, the King of Spain
I fucking hate this channel. God damn it, Infographics Show. I always see this channel and I think, this could be good, and then it's garbage. BBC Earth Science? Is this going to copyright cuck? This might copyright cuck me. I believe that we are, like, bugs. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure we probably should not encourage incest. I do not like this guy, this Nick Wilson guy. I do not like him. I do not like his incest bill. And I don't like what's happening to Kentucky. It's becoming more Kentucky, and that's a problem. Kentucky should be less Kentucky. I know that was a bit of a short and silly segment, but I feel like it was worth doing. I feel like Republican wants to make incest legal is just, it's an irresistible topic. Great segment. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream, by the way, consider dropping a like, maybe subscribing, gifting a sub, or supporting me financially on my website, YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, but you can also buy merch in the description of my stream through the Streamlabs link, or join my Discord, the link down there as well. Yeah, please consider doing so. All the support you guys do, I really appreciate it, and it helps a lot. But, yeah. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. I've got to start this really unironic. Like, this is going to be an actual hardcore politics segment, but I'm going to start it with a story that's going to seem really out of place, okay? Really out of place. When I was 18 years old, and I had my second job, not my first job, my second job as a lifeguard. My only real jobs I've had besides YouTube have all been as lifeguards. When I had my second job as a lifeguard, and I was making money from it, and Fortnite was still a relatively new game, and I was playing the fuck out of it with my friends at the time. I was the only friend for a really long time before I got that job that had no Fortnite skins. I know, shameful. I was a default Andy. I was a defaulty boy. I couldn't have it. And so after I got my first paycheck, I started buying Fortnite skins. The problem is, I was 18, and I didn't have any bills to pay or literally any, thing I needed to spend the money on. So I kind of just spent the money that I made from my job rampantly on... Granted, I spent it on some of my computer equipment that would later be used to kickstart my streaming career, so it wasn't all a waste. It really wasn't all a waste, to be fair. But I spent a ridiculous amount on Fortnite skins. And there was a day when I was supposed to get paid, but somehow it just got delayed. My pay did not arrive. And I ended up buying a Fortnite skin, or 5, without checking my bank account and not knowing I didn't have enough in my bank account to afford these skins. And when you buy skins in Fortnite, it's not like you just go, you click the skin and you click, okay, buy, right? You have to buy V-Bucks, which means you have to, buy a little bit more than the skin really costs. And I had bought, a big package of V-Bucks, right? But I didn't buy it as one big package. I bought it as multiple smaller packages to try to buy as many V-Bucks as I needed for the list of Halloween skins specifically that I wanted. And, I bought the skins. And a day later, I ended up checking my bank account. I had a bunch of notifications from my bank. It's like, weird. It's saying I don't have any money. That's odd. So I scroll up, on my phone, thing, and I log in to my phone, and I look at the bank app, and I see it's just, this red banner, and it says the amount of money I have is $264. I'm like, oh, okay, apparently I've got money in there. It said I had $264. There was no negative sign or anything. And I proceeded to buy one more Fortnite skin, which gave me an immediate notification on my phone that I was out of money and that I'd overdrafted. At that point, I start panicking, what the fuck? I realized that the red banner is the way that my bank at the time told you that I had overdrafted my bank account. And I was a dumb 18-year-old. I didn't know how banks worked. So at this point, I'm like, oh, fuck. Wait, this is way more money than I'd actually spent, because at this point it had gotten up to almost $300 in overdraft fees. So at this point, I'm like, I didn't know why the cost was so high. At that point, I go to my, uncle, and then he explains to me, because I was living with my uncle at the time, he explains to me what overdraft fees are, and I end up having to pay it off using the money for my next paycheck, which really sucked, but I learned a valuable lesson about overdraft fees, It's got to learn about it eventually, right? I learned about it the not so hard way, I guess. Regardless, though, ever since that experience, I don't have a lot of love in my heart for the concept of overdraft fees. It's really not a thing that banks have any right to do. I get it with maybe charging a small extra amount on top of what you, on top of what you have already, what's the word for it? Withdrawn past what you already have left. What's the term for it? Beyond what you've already overdrafted, I guess. I get a $1 or $2, add-on fee. But some of these overdraft fees go up to $40. In chat, if you're comfortable sharing, if you've ever received an overdraft fee from your bank, how high was said overdraft fee? $20, $50, my highest was $45, some double what you overdraft. I think that's what they did in my case, to be fair. Sometimes $35 per day until you pay it off, 40 or 50, 25. Yeah, it's pretty substantial. $20 every day. Yeah, it depends on the bank. They've got different policies, but they will start racking up an insane amount of debt under your name if you overdraft your account and you don't pay it off. Some banks will start compounding it, which is terrifying. Which is why I hope all of you who also hate overdraft fees existing as a concept will be happy to hear that Joe Biden just got a little bit more based. Who would have thought? Joe Biden moves to slash bank overdraft fees with new rule. Banks call it a service, the president said. Quote, I call it exploitation. Hell yeah, guys. The Biden administration unveiled a new rule Wednesday aimed at slashing bank overdraft fees to as low as $3, a move the president said would help end abusive practices by financial institutions. Under the proposal, banks could continue to charge fees when a customer's account falls below zero, but either at a price in line with the bank's actual costs to administer the overdraft or at an established benchmark created by the new rule. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB, proposed potential fees of $3, $6, $7, or $14, and is seeking feedback from banks and the public on what would be appropriate. Current overdraft fees often push $30 or more, taking a significant bite out of low-income accounts. That's the fact of it, by the way. We oftentimes talk about how, in this country, being poor is expensive. That doesn't make any sense, right? Being poor shouldn't be expensive, right? Like, being poor should be cheap, right? No, being poor is expensive. When you're poor, you can't afford to spend a lot of money on something that is nice and that will last a long time right up front, because you don't have the money on hand. You have to buy cheap, disposable things, which end up costing way more money in the long term. When you're poor, you're constantly living paycheck to paycheck, and you're at a higher likelihood of a single purchase accidentally going over what you have in your account and then overdrafting and ending up way more money than you can afford in debt. A $1 overdraft can lead to an extra $36 at some banks of extra debt. And some banks keep adding more every day until it's paid off. God, that's terrifying. Yeah, the more you are struggling financially, the more expensive things are. They're literally charging you for not having money. Yeah, and there's a lot of things that are also really fucked up that are practices I feel are made to target lower income people that are inevitably going to fuck them over financially, such as payment plans. I do not recommend payment plans for anything, for furniture, for like computer hardware, for like a console, for anything where it's like you can either get this for this much up front or this many payments of however much over the course of a year or 2 years, right? That really feels like a scam. I've met a lot of people that I trust a lot that have told me never go with that. And it always seems more appealing, right? Like, oh, I could get this like top tier graphics card and just pay like $30 a month for the next 4 years to pay it off. That sounds pretty plausible. It's a big fucking scam, from what I have heard. It costs way more in the long run. Yeah, from what I heard, it does. You end up paying more in overall, and you're having to account for constant payments. But if you're wealthy enough to afford to just drop the payment right away, you just drop the payment right away. You've got it, and you can account for that lost money in your budget. That's something that, you know, lower income people don't have the you know, sort of luxury to do. Rohit Chopra, the CFPB's director, said in a statement that banks had turned overdraft fees into a cash cow that they were never intended to be, especially with the rising popularity of debit cards over the years. Quote, decades ago, overdraft loans got special treatment to make it easier for banks to cover paper checks that were often sent through the mail, Chopra said. Today, we are proposing rules to close a long-standing loophole that allowed many large banks to transform overdraft into a massive junk fee harvesting machine. Yes, because you guys know how you handle overdraft fees, right? You pay them off. If you don't pay them off, your credit score is fucked. And we've talked about this before. If you have a bad credit score, that can affect your employment, it can affect your housing, it can affect probably a million other things I can't even think of right now, honestly. Yeah, it's bad. It's really, really bad. You have to pay them off if you have really big or any overdraft fees. They are hurting you financially in one way or the other, even if you ignore them. President Joe Biden was more blunt about overdraft fees in a statement released by the White House. Banks call it a service, I call it exploitation, he said. God damn. He's so based. The new rule would apply to roughly 175 large banks that have at least 10 billion in assets. The CFPB said these banks, quote, typically charge an overdraft fee of $35, even though most of the debit card transactions involved are for $26 or less and are quickly repaired. The agency estimates the rule would save consumers a total of $3.5 billion or more per year, or an average of $150 to households that get hit with overdraft fees. Damn. It would save consumers an estimated total of $3.5 billion, or an average to $150 to households that get hit with overdraft fees. That's crazy. That's a lot of money. $150, for those who don't know, is like, I mean, you can buy a family groceries for a week, depending on what you're buying. Obviously, if you're buying, depending on what you're buying, the money's not going to go that far. But like, if you're buying smart, you can buy like a fairly large family a week's worth of groceries, at least with like $150, you know? And maybe like the gas to get to the grocery store and back on top of that, definitely. You know, maybe like a stop at like a ice cream place on the way on top of that. Like $150 a month is a lot of money to save when we're talking about like the people who are affected by overdraft fees are the people who need to pinch the pennies the most, who even dollars saved will have the biggest impact on. Such federal rules must go through a public comment period before they can be finalized and implemented, and they often face legal and political pushback. The overdraft proposal may face court challenges by the powerful financial services industry. Oh, that sounds scary. Overdraft fees have generally been on the decline in recent years, in part because of increased regulatory scrutiny of the practice. I imagine a lot of it's also the, like, proliferation of cell phones and like banking apps where the second you overdraft you get notified and you know you can just like stop right there, right? Like people are way more able to check how much money they have in their checking account, you know? The Financial Health Network released research in June showing that overdraft revenue for banks dropped 6% in 2022 versus the previous year, though the percentage of households paying the fees remained steady. Interesting. According to the group's survey, half the customers who paid the fees said their overdraft was unintentional. Over half of the customers said their overdraft was unintentional. Like, they didn't overdraft knowingly because they had to buy something and they didn't care about having to pay it off later. They just didn't realize they didn't have money left in their account. That's the most scummy form of it, right? When banks rely on you forgetting to check your account, you swipe your card and oops, you went $1 on your grocery order over how much you had in your account. Yeah, that's going to be an extra $35 on top of the dollar you paid. Yeah, pay us back or it's $20 extra every day you don't pay us back. So, yeah, fuck you. Sorry, but not really. You know, like that really does feel like the way banks go about it now. Wow. God, half of the people who get overdrafted don't, like, it was a completely unintentional thing, like, when it happened to me. Like, it really is a scummy-ass practice these banks engage in. I really wish Biden was getting more credit for how fantastic his policy decisions have been, especially lately. He is really grinding in this, like, just in this 1 month, at the beginning of his last year, presumably in office if he doesn't win. He is really grinding and doing a lot that's worth, you know, being happy he's president over. I know that segment was a bit shorter, but I feel like it was a good one. What do you guys think? Biden based? All right. Got some donos to read. Let's go. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Oh, God. My nose is so itchy. Jade Monkey, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very based and pog of you. Said, in the bank I work at, there are plans that charge $5 for every overdrawn transaction. It can be in the hundreds of dollars. Ah. Maybe they do it in like brackets, like the more money you overdraft, the more they charge you with overdraft fees. Christ. Thank you for the tier 1 sub though, Jade Monkey. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And then Puffle Cakes with a tier 3 sub. Thank you. How many months is that, Puffle Cakes? I don't want to undercredit you here. A 3-month sub is a big one. If you did a if you did a tier 3 3-month sub, that's big. I don't want to undercredit you for that. All Biden needs to do now is stop giving money to Israel, then we'll be in a slightly better spot. Sadly, I wouldn't hold my breath on that because, you know, it's sort of necessary for America to have Israel exist for strategic reasons where it is. Like, even outside of any ideological level, strategically, the U.S. needs to have Israel exist and be, like, essentially a military base where it exists. So just for that reason alone, I don't think any U.S. president anytime soon is going to give up, you know, that area simply by dropping support. This doesn't seem likely. Puffle Cakes? Puffle Cakes, please! Here, I can check manually. I can check manually. Active January to February. Okay, cool, cool, cool. It's a 1-monther. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 1-month tier 3 sub. Puffle Cakes, that's $20 dues right there. Hot damn. Thank you so much. Sheesh. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Thank you so much for your support. And hey, remember guys, if you want to support me too, you always can financially. It's very much appreciated. It really helps a lot. But if you can't afford to or you don't want to, it's completely fine. But maybe consider dropping a like. Those thumbs up really do help a lot, and I really do appreciate it when you guys hit that button. How many likes do we have right now? I'm curious. 259 viewers to 139 likes. Come on, we can do better than that. Come on. Come on. The likes really help, guys. I mean it. It's not just a meme. It's not just a meme. The likes actually do help. Even one. Even that you, the person who is watching right now and has not liked the stream because you think your like won't matter, even your like counts. I promise you it does. I'm not joking. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy. We did a segment about this yesterday, but it was sort of the first half of this topic, and I feel like I'm going to be covering this case as it goes, considering Donald Trump is in several big court cases right now, and keeping track of them all is sort of my job, considering he's the big rival presidential campaign opponent of our guy Biden. But yeah, the E. Jean Carroll trial is back in the news, and Donald Trump has been called to the stand to testify. Apparently at one point he got told to sit down. I don't know what's going on, but we're about to find out. We're about to get our update for what happened today on the 17th. Trump says, quote, "I would love it when judge threatens to kick him out of E. Jean Carroll trial." That's right. We're on day 2, and that's where the trial has already gotten to. By the way, for the record, in Trump's other cases, we're at the point where the judges are getting swatted by Trump supporters. They're getting death threats, and they're getting swatted by Trump supporters while they are presiding over Trump's case. It is not looking good for him. I cannot imagine a world in which these judges, at least one of them, doesn't absolutely let loose on this guy. Maybe it'll be this one. A New York federal judge on Wednesday threatened to kick Donald Trump out of court for making, quote, disruptive comments at the former president's trial on sexual assault defamation claims by E. Jean Carroll. Trump fired back at the judge and the threat, saying, "I would love it." Okay, I know it's not a criminal trial, but even if it's not a criminal trial, does this not get you held in contempt of court? Do I not understand, like, court of laws well enough? Like, how does this work? Yes? Oh, I wish the judge held him in contempt of court. Judge Lewis Kaplan's warning to Trump came after Carroll's lawyer complained that he had continued making comments audible to jurors, including, "This really is a con job," as Carroll testified for the first time in Trump's presence. Kaplan earlier had cautioned Trump to keep his voice down. Trump just can't shut the fuck up. Quote, "Mr. Trump has the right to be present here. That right can be forfeited, and it can be forfeited if he is disruptive, and if he disregards court orders." I feel like that's a good judge voice. Kaplan said after the 7-man, 2-woman jury was excused for lunch at the U.S. District Court of Manhattan. God, my nose will not stop itching. What the fuck? Quote, "Mr. Trump, I hope I don't have to consider excluding you from the trial. I understand you are very eager for me to do that," the judge said. Trump raised his hands in the air and shook them in response. "I would love it. I would love it," Trump said. Kaplan then said, "I know you would, because you just can't control yourself in this circumstance." Trump later blasted Kaplan in a post on his Truth Social site. "I feel an obligation to be at every moment of this ridiculous trial, because we have a seething and hostile Clinton-appointed judge, Lewis Kaplan, who suffers from a major case of Trump derangement syndrome," Trump wrote. The judge began the trial's second day hours earlier by snapping at Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba, who, when she repeated her call to postpone the trial so that Trump could attend his mother-in-law's funeral. "I said sit down," Kaplan told Habba. Habba replied, "I don't like to be spoken to like that. I will not speak to you like that." I don't know why I'm doing voices for this one, but I feel it's necessary. I will not speak to you like that." Kaplan shot back, "It is denied. Sit down." Trump grumbled, Nasty guy. Nasty guy." After the tense exchange. Trump's ire continued when Carroll began testifying about the reputational and emotional harm she suffered from the defamatory statements he made as president in 2019 and afterward, when he denied her claim that he sexually assaulted her in New York City in a New York City department store in the mid-1990s. Quote, "To have the President of the United States, one of the most powerful persons on earth, call me a liar for 3 days and say it 26 times, I counted them, it ended the world I had been living in, and I lived in a new world," Carroll testified. Trump, 77, slammed the defense table at one point, shook his head in anger and disbelief, and made comments that were audible in the courtroom when Carroll answered questions from her lawyer, Roberta Kaplan, who is not related to the judge. Wait, that is crazy. He's having a meltdown in court, just like what was testified when he found out he lost the election. Zan, you're vastly underrated in the left tube space. Thank you, Jordan Smith. I agree. Yeah, no, like, he literally had a Trump temper tantrum in court. Oh my God, I'm so upset we didn't get to see this recorded or televised. We've been robbed. After the mid-morning recess in the proceedings, Carroll's other attorney, Sean Crowley, told Judge Kaplan that Trump had been sitting at the defense table and loudly saying things including, "Carroll's statements are false," and "now she seems to have gotten her memory back." The judge admonished Trump after the recess. Quote, "Before we bring in the jury, I'm going to ask Mr. Trump to take special care to keep his voice down so the jury does not overhear it," Kaplan told him. In her testimony, Carroll said, quote, "I am here because Donald Trump assaulted me, and when I wrote about it, he lied and he shattered my reputation." He lied last month, on Sunday, yesterday, and I want my reputation back, the former Elle magazine advice columnist said. Quote, "I am 80, and I have spent 50 years building my reputation. My column was very popular," Carroll testified. "Yesterday, I opened up Twitter, and it said, 'Hey, lady, you're a fraud.'" Trump had claimed he never met Carroll, which was not true, that she had made up her allegations of rape to sell a book she was writing, and that she was, quote, "not my type." Wait. The fact that Trump already claimed that he had never met her, and that was provably a lie. Well, I'll just let you guys do with that what you will. For legal purposes, I can't say what I think of that. Quote, I'm not his type means I'm too ugly to assault, Carroll said. She testified that ever since Trump denied her allegations, the messages from his supporters to her have never stopped. Quote, I receive them all the time, sometimes hundreds a day, Carroll said. Quote, the common theme is, you're a liar, you hurt victims, you are ugly. She also said she had kept a gun because of her fear about death threats she has received for making her allegations about Trump. This trial is the second trial to be held in connection with Carroll's allegation and Trump's defamation of the writer. So yeah, this is not a criminal trial for Trump, by the way. For those that don't know, this is just, she is suing him for defamation because he called her an ugly liar when she accused him of raping her. And then, like, he also lied multiple times about multiple things having to do with their interactions, provably, which is why he already lost the defamation trial. This trial is over how much money does he have to pay to her. He's already lost. This trial is determining how much money does Trump have to pay to her. Last year, a Manhattan federal court jury ordered Trump to pay Carroll $5 million after finding that he was civilly liable for sexually abusing her in the attack at the Bergdorf Goodman store in the 1990s, and for defaming her in statements he made about her in late 2022. The jury did not find that Trump had raped Carroll, as she had alleged in a lawsuit, but that finding hinged on the fact that Carroll could not say whether he had penetrated her in the store's dressing room with his penis or his finger. Yeah, she had said that because his penis, like, he didn't know, or she didn't know whether or not she was penetrated by his penis or his finger, because from what she could tell and from testimony of multiple women, his penis is very small. So he doesn't know whether it was penetration of finger or penis. And multiple women who have had sex with Trump have testified in court that Trump's penis is that small, that E. Jean Carroll wouldn't be able to tell. But she still wasn't, the fact that she wasn't able to say whether it was a penis or a finger, in the state of New York, if it's not penal penetration, it's not considered rape. And she was claiming rape. He does have small hands, too, yeah. Under New York state law, a rape involves penetration by a penis, but Kaplan has noted in subsequent court orders Carroll's use of the term rape is consistent with how the public often defines it, and with how other states' penal codes define it. Trump, who did not attend that trial, is appealing the verdict in that case. The current trial is solely dealing with the monetary damages Trump must pay Carroll for defamatory statements he made about her in 2019 while president, and at different times later when he denied her allegations. Kaplan previously ruled that because of the first jury's verdict, there was no longer a legal question that Trump had defamed Carroll. Carroll's lawyers are asking for at least $10 million in damages in this case. Haba last week unsuccessfully asked Kaplan to postpone the trial so that Trump could attend the funeral of his wife Melania Trump's mother, Amalijah Naves, in Florida on Thursday, without having to miss being at the trial that day. Trump, at a campaign event earlier this week, condemned Kaplan for refusing to postpone the trial, calling him and other judges in cases involving him animals. Does he really think just constantly insulting these judges while they're getting death threats and swattings from his fans is a good idea? Does he really think he's that invincible? I mean, he really has a lot of confidence. When the trial began Tuesday with jury selection, Haba complained about Kaplan's refusal to delay the case until after the funeral. She resurrected the complaint on Wednesday morning, with Trump sitting close to her. Quote, my client and I would like to reiterate that she, Carroll, can sit here every day and she did not have death in her family, and it is insanely prejudicial, Haba said. Quote, I'm asking your honor to have the kindness to let my client be with his family and not miss trial, the lawyer said. Kaplan again rejected the request and sharply told Haba to sit down when she persisted. Trump, who faces criminal indictments in 4 separate courts, is the frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination, because of course he is. On Monday, Trump won by a landslide in the Iowa Republican caucuses. He hopes to drive out his remaining challengers, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's like he's in second place in most things, and former United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley, with another big victory in New Hampshire primary next week. Yeah, the New Hampshire primary is what's coming up next, so you better believe I'll be covering that as well. I'm really curious whether or not Trump's fumbling of these trials will have any bearing on his, you know, chances in the election, but it really doesn't seem like his supporters at this point care. They know who he is. They know what he is. It will have no bearing on whether or not they vote for him. I really don't... I really don't know how this is going to go, and I guess that's what makes this election so interesting. I feel like 2024 is going to be the biggest election ever. Although, to be fair, every next election is the biggest election ever, to be fair. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yeah, get a passport, chat, just in case. But overall, chat, what do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yeah, you're right. Trump has a very, very cult of personality following, and it's a big part of it, you know? Thanks, Morgan Grail. T lost a lot. Holy crap. Thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Versus. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. I assume that's a 1 monther, right, T lost a lot? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I hope Versus appreciates it too. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think that everyone that voted for Trump because they hated Hillary but don't love him won't vote for him. Maybe. We'll see. His support among young people, I mean Biden's support among young people is really low right now. 1 monther? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. And then Sergeant Flux, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you for the $5. Says, learned from the last stream I sent an informative video. Stick with the guy who did the Dodo video, different video. What? Why Switzerland is a World War III safe haven. Interesting. Like, I should react to this video, you think? Like, whether, like... I mean, I guess this could be a good segment reaction. I mean, I don't know. I don't really like doing content that's, like, speculative on World War III, because a World War III is not likely to ever happen, you know? I don't know. Hypers in chat if you think it'd be a good segment, and I don't know. What would be good emote for if you don't? Maybe, like... Pepe feels cringe man if you don't think it's a good segment idea to watch this video called Why Switzerland is a World War III Safe Haven. Okay. A fair amount of people seem to like it. Doesn't seem like a too unpopular idea. Okay. Okay, we'll throw it in. Yeah, you know what? We could also use it as an opportunity for me to talk about why World War III paranoia is dumb. Like, wait. It's actually the perfect opportunity for me to talk about why people thinking World War III is going to happen is stupid, you know? Actually, yeah. No, that does sound like a good segment idea. You know what? Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. I like it. Thank you. And then Nasdaq, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you for the $5. Says, last Rismas, I gave you my GAT, but the very next day, I got Xander taxed. Last Rismas, I gave you my GAT, but the very next day, you Ohio-Riz my shit away. I don't know. Listen, I tried there. Thank you for the $5, Nasdaq. I appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Thank you for the support, guys. Remember, any of you guys can do what they just did, and I appreciate it if you do. You can do it through YouTube, you can do it through my website, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, all that good stuff. And hey, if you don't want to or you can't afford it, you can always just drop a like. Thumbs up on the channel really do go a long way. If you're watching the stream right now and you haven't dropped a like already, what are you doing? We've got 268 people watching right now and 163 likes. That means there's over 100 people watching right now that haven't hit the like button. Come on. Come on, don't be part of the problem. Be a part of the solution. Hit that like button. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit it. Come on. Come on, I'm watching the likes. Come on, I want to see it go up. I know you can. I believe in you, chat. I believe in you. Oh, there it goes. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys. See? See? Every single one counts. Every single one helps. It does. The likes go a long way. Hey, Zach Fletcher, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Didn't say anything, just sent a super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, hey, thank you for the $5. It's very kind and based of you. Very, very based. It helps a lot. I appreciate it. Number go up, number go up. But seriously, I really appreciate every single like. I'm not joking when I say it goes a long way. For those that don't know that like how YouTube works, I can actually explain the functions behind it if you're curious. The way YouTube works is when you go live or upload a video, you have a small, maybe 10% of your subs get notified that you've gone live or uploaded a video. Based on the click-through rate, which is how many people who see your video and click it rather than skip it, click on it, based on how many of your subs actually click and watch it, that determines how many more of your subs YouTube continues to recommend the video to. And the higher the click-through rate is, or the lower the click-through rate, like the higher the CPI is, or whatever it's called, like the clicking on it and watching rate, and engagement as well, the more YouTube recommends it to more of your own subs and more people outside of your sub base. So every single like really does go a long way, even if it's later in the stream and even if it's one single like spread out, because every like is sort of like a refresh of a timer that lets YouTube know my audience is actively engaging. So every individual like actually helps, almost like resetting a timer on YouTube's part that determines whether or not YouTube thinks the chat is poppin', you know? It's a really dumb system, don't get me wrong, but I'm not joking when I say every like counts. Like, it objectively, functionally, like, algorithmically, factually does, you know? I'm not just saying that. Should I start unliking reliking stream? No, I don't think that helps. I don't think that does anything. To be honest. Maybe it does, but I wouldn't risk it. Regardless though, I think, was there a dono that came in? Zach Fletcher. Oh wait, that was the super chat I got. Wait, was there a dono I missed? Did I miss? Oh no, I think that was just Zach Fletcher's notification finally coming up and it was just delayed. That's weird. Okay, cool. All right, let's check out this segment, guys. I'm gonna take another sippy. I'll definitely need to get another water after this segment, guys. All right. Wait, I never, did I strike off the segment I just did? I did not. Okay, so I've got 4 prepared segments left for today. I would like to do 1 or 2 more non-prepared from you guys in chat segments. So if there's any crazy shit you guys want me to cover, anything you found, any hidden gems like that one NoFap video I covered, the semen retention guy, definitely drop that my way between segments because that's the time to do it. I am likely to click them and do an impromptu segment on something I didn't plan to cover. Yeah, definitely find something on the Myanmar genocide that's good and put it into the stream suggestions chat on Discord because that's where I look to prepare segments for stream. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Now, if you've watched me for a while, you've probably heard me say once or twice that I do not think World War III is imminent. And I know that this talking point is particularly popular now that there's sort of a conflict going on between Britain, the US, and the Yemeni Houthi pirates that are backed by Iran, that are blocking the Red Sea and fucking up global shipping. The topic of World War III has been on a lot of people's minds, despite it being a really stupid thing to think is coming. You get a lot of people talking about the idea that, like, U.S. citizens might be drafted, which is itself even dumber than thinking World War III would happen. We really are kind of treading into some dumb territory just by talking about the possibility of World War III in the first place. I like speculation. I think it can be fun, but I want to make it very clear here. I do not think World War III is ever going to happen, frankly. At least not anytime in our current political landscape. The world, too many powerful people rely on there not being a global world war happening right now in order for that kind of thing to happen. Too many wealthy, powerful people would lose so much money if that happened, but there's just, the powers that be don't want a World War III to happen. It wouldn't be good for the world economy, for one thing, right? And that's You know, assuming you subscribe to the idea that wealthy, powerful people control the world, which they kind of do, regardless of how conspiracy-minded you are, then, you know, there's a lot of reasons why a third world war is quite unlikely, especially in the modern day. But, you know, I won't never say never, right? Anyway, I got sent this video, and I was asked to cover it, because apparently it's a bit Switzerland-pilling. You know, I've been really on a kick of getting into Switzerland. Like, I want to visit Switzerland, I want to go on the public transportation, I want to see their beautiful mountains and go to their cool-ass shooting ranges, I want to eat their cheese, all the good stuff. Switzerland's awesome. Switzerland's really cool, and I really like it, and while I'm not super into World War III hysteria content, I don't know that this is what it's going to be. I really like Switzerland, and I'm curious to see what about Switzerland would make it such a perfect safe haven during World War III. I'm gonna guess the mountains and the fact that the valleys seem very fertile, like they're very green and lush. I feel like you could farm in them. There's a lot of fresh mountain runoff water, deep like, I'm pretty sure all the mountains are literally hollowed out and filled with bunkers as well. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a million reasons that, just off the top of my head, why Switzerland is top tier, but, oh, and guns. But let's watch.
World War III, it may be coming soon, maybe not, but one thing's for
probably not.
Sure, it's going to be pretty bad. So where on earth will be safe? Well, I'm betting right here. Switzerland. With exploding bridges and anti-tank guns disguised as rocks, this little country has a wide array of tricks up their sleeves to defend their nation
Shed
from
gun?
invasion.
Wait, holy crap. Oh my gosh. Aren't the Swiss known for having, like, top-tier engineering? All I know is that when I went up the Palm Springs aerial tramway for the first time and I heard the guy over the speaker say the tram is Swiss-made, I immediately breathed like a big sigh of relief, and I felt, like, noticeably less scared. Because, like, if anyone is good at making, like, lifts, like trams like that go up a mountain pretty much vertically straight up, it's the Swiss. They're good at that shit. I trust them.
Up their sleeves to defend their nation from invasion. They even have a way to survive total nuclear attack. Stick around to find out how. But first, let's talk about some smaller explosives. Luckily, the Swiss already have amazing natural defense in the form of some rather large hills. With the Jura Mountains to the north, the Alps to the south, and lakes to the east and west, there are only very few access points into the populated areas of the country. In order to defend these...
God, it's so fucking beautiful, too. Like, those mountains, like, I really want to go to one of those shooting ranges in Switzerland where you can shoot over the road. That's a thing. Maybe I'll show you guys that in a moment. I imagine we'll get to the topic of guns here, but if we don't, then I'll just fill in that gap that isn't in the video myself, because Switzerland has weird and cool shooting ranges that shoot over main roads, and they've, like, specifically designed them so there's no way for the arcing bullets to possibly go down to the road and hit anybody. But the bullets arc over the road. They arc over highways.
Points, the Swiss decided to rig every bridge, tunnel, road, and railroad that led into the country with explosives. They even built disguised cannons to point at major transport links and hid TNT in cliff sides to block the roads below.
Yeah, okay, someone in my chat told me this when I was watching the Not Just Bikes video about Switzerland's train transportation. Tons of the mountains are primed and loaded with dynamite. That's scary to me, right? Like, the fact that so many of those mountains are set to fucking blow, that's a bit scary to me. I don't know if that's a bonus.
In an event where Switzerland is being invaded, they could flick the switch.
I guess the idea is they would collapse the mountains, and a lot of the valleys you could have a ground entrance to the country from would be impassable, right? That's the idea behind it.
Exploding all 3,000 access points into Swiss territory, instantly sealing themselves off from the outside world. Okay, hold on a minute, isn't that a little bit overkill? Well, you see, Switzerland is kind of obsessed with staying neutral, so much so they aren't members of any unions, except this one. But it wasn't always this way. At one point, the Swiss were such fierce fighters that other countries would hire them to fight their wars for them. But after a loss to Napoleon in 1798, they decided to try and avoid war altogether. And they haven't had a single war or conflict in over 200 years since that day.
Yeah, like, the Swiss are just super chill now, you know? I feel like they've got sort of a monopoly on just being chill, mountaineering, gun-loving, cheese-making, engineering, like, bros, you know? They're dope. Someone should invade them? Nah. Switzerland is really, like, a great model of what we should try to, like, base America off of. Like, their public transportation, their social safety nets, their education, their healthcare, their infrastructure, their housing, their, like, just, I'm sure Switzerland's got problems. I'm sure it does, but, like, it's pretty fucking great. And there's nothing about America that makes it so we can't do it here. That's the thing. You've been brainwashed if you think we can't do Switzerland here. We could. We totally could. Their foreign policy, I don't know much about it, but I don't know if it's good or not. I haven't looked into Switzerland's foreign policy. I'm sure there's stuff there I won't like.
And this is how they did it. To keep the country safe, the Swiss employed a strategy called armed neutrality. This required maintaining a sizable army to allow it to defend itself against...
But that's base. That's what you should do, right? You know, have an army, have an armed forces there to defend your nation, but, like, you know, have it ready to defend yourself, but don't use it to extend your reach across the world. America, I think, does it usually in a fairly reasonable way. Not always, but... I think that a lot of lefties don't understand that most conflicts the U.S. has been involved in that have a bad rep, even when you look back into it, there's usually some reasonability to it. Obviously, not all of them, right? Like we've invaded the wrong country, we've had illegal wars, that kind of thing. I'm not making excuses for that, but generally speaking, most of the conflict we engage in overseas is usually pretty justified, whether pragmatically or even morally.
Foreign incursion, and to make it such a hassle to invade, it acts as a deterrent. During World War II, Switzerland was almost completely surrounded by Axis-occupied territory. Shortly after the start of the war, the Swiss government mobilized its entire army of 430,000 combat troops and 210,000 support troops in just 3 days. The Swiss wanted to make it clear to Germany that any potential benefits of invading are far outweighed by the costs.
This is interesting at the videos about how Switzerland as a nation would handle World War III. I was thinking of it as being like, how would Switzerland act as like a safe haven to go to during World War III? Like as a civilian, not as like of another country trying to retreat from the war, you know? The guns are a big part of it. The fact that Switzerland's got so many guns and they're easy to get, relatively speaking. I mean, not as easy as America, I would say, but you know, there's a lot of guns, and that's a big bonus if you're trying to survive World War III, I would say.
Including loss of trade and loss of lives. During World War II, they even threatened to poison the Rhine River that flowed into Germany if Hitler decided to attack. Not to mention, the entire country is booby-trapped to hell. The Swiss have...
Wait, yeah, Switzerland's like the source of water for much of Europe because the mountains are in their territory and the rivers are fed by runoff. They could poison the water supply. That's actually diabolically awesome. They literally threaten, like, hey, Hitler, if you invade, we'll poison your water supply. Respect.
Built 26,000...
I don't respect the neutrality, but I respect the threat of poisoning the Nazis.
Bunkers and fortified positions, including anti-tank guns, anti-aircraft guns, and machine gun nests in and around the Alps. Many of these have been completely camouflaged, like this machine gun nest disguised as a barn, connected by an underground tunnel.
I would never think this was a military installation in a million years. They even put a horse there for realism. I would never in a million years think this is some, like, armed facility.
To an anti-tank gun hidden in the building on the right, and this cannon disguised as what looks like a shed. They were so dedicated to keep these things hidden, they even built anti-tank guns disguised as rocks, camouflaged among the other rocks in the mountains. Even if tanks do manage to push through the flatter regions of the country, they could be met with these tank traps, called Drachenzahn, meaning dragon tooths. These Toblerone-shaped blocks of concrete were built all over Switzerland during World War II. Their purpose was to stop tank invasions. Although they can still be blown up, they can massively delay the advance of enemy tanks trying to invade. Switzerland has the ability to mobilize 200,000 people.
Dude, Switzerland's like a castle. Dude, why are we not funding this?
in just 72 hours. Due to their strict mandatory military service, all men must serve in the military for 170 days and receive basic training. Afterwards, they are entered into the reserves and get to keep their rifles and equipment at home just in case they are needed.
Oh, that's awesome.
All great, but what makes Switzerland the safest place to be during a potential nuclear war? Well, for starters, all residential buildings built after 1978 require a nuclear shelter capable
That is the coolest fucking shit I've ever heard. That's fucking awesome. Every residential home built after the 1980s, legally, to be up to code, has to contain a fucking bomb shelter. That's fucking nuts. Yes, it's a good video, Sergeant Flux. I thank you for the recommendation. Thank you. Holy crap. Awesome. Dude, maybe one day I retire to Switzerland. Maybe that's where I need to retire to.
of surviving a 12 megaton blast from a distance of 700 meters. They have a total of 8.6 million fallout bunkers, including gigantic public shelters, making them the only country on Earth with enough nuclear bunkers to house its entire...
So Vault-Tec just didn't even bother with Switzerland, I guess. Like they were just like, yeah, no, they're not. We're not fooling anybody there when everyone has their own home shelter. Dude, we need a Fallout game in Switzerland, dude. How do we not have a Fallout game in fucking Switzerland? It would be peak. Dude, imagine how dope Switzerland Fallout would be. When it's like this verdant, like beautiful land where like everybody was able to stay in Fallout shelters. It would be like the one Fallout game where we had, like, Switzerland could be this like beautiful little oasis. It would just be easy mode. Yeah, but you could potentially introduce it in like a good story, right? Like maybe Switzerland's being invaded by some force and they've broken into the mountain valley and they've allowed mutated creatures from the rest of Europe into the valley, and the story is about trying to defend this like oasis in the wasteland. That would go so hard. Hire me, Bethesda. Hire me, motherfuckers. Hire me now. I can save that franchise. I swear to God I can.
High population and then...
Give me a bag of weed and like a group of dudes to bounce ideas off of, and I can save any franchise, frankly.
Some. Through all these defenses, the Swiss have managed to stay neutral for over 200 years and will likely continue to do so. Not to mention, I now know exactly where to go when World War III starts.
Damn, that was a good video. That was a really good video. And hey, even better too. Like thinking about it like you're a civilian trying to survive like any, like, let's not even imagine World War III. Let's just imagine an apocalyptic scenario. Switzerland is not a bad place to go if you can get there, right? Like, Swiss shooting range. Dude, I gotta show you this. Tom Scott, I think, is copyrighted. I think I can play the Johnny Harris video. I think I can play. I'm gonna play just a small amount of this. I hope I don't get copyright cucked.
Jesus.
I feel like this dude would copyright strictly.
What just happened?
They love their guns. Here, this music might be copyrighted. I don't know. Here, I want to show Village Shooting Range. This is the one. Here it is. This is what I wanted to show you. No, I wouldn't, Nasdaq.
There's the shooting range, and the targets are on this side. Oh yeah, there's the targets. Oh, I hear them. Holy smoke, so they're literally shooting over the road. Right there. Oh my god, there's people just... Jeez. There are bullets flying over our head right now?
That's a fun sound. You know the sound, you know how when like you're a kid and you can hear the sound of an amusement park? It like makes your heart flutter a little bit because you have like a Pavlovian fun response to it. As an adult, I get the same feeling when I hear like the assorted sound of gunshots that a range produces. Like, it sounds like hearing people screaming on a roller coaster at like an amusement park when you're like getting close to it. You're a few blocks away. It's like, oh, we're almost there. Oh, fun is almost here. That's the feeling I get when I'm like going to the range and I can hear the gunshots.
That is such a weird feeling. Headed to a shooting competition right now at this.
I don't want to show like much of the video. I just wanted to show you a bit of like the footage of this range. They're shooting over the road, and that is not the only range that does this. Switzerland loves their guns, and not only do they love their guns, their gun culture is strong. It is strong and everywhere, and it is safe. It's really safe and well legislated, well regulated. It's the type of gun culture I want for America, the type of gun legislation I want for America. I want to be able to own an AR-15, but for it to require an insane amount of training, regular background checks, etc., safe storage laws, you know, that kind of thing. I believe in Switzerland, in order to bring your gun home, you have to be a trained and licensed member of a shooting club. Like an official shooting club where you've like learned and been like licensed by trained instructors, and then you're allowed to bring your gun home. I'm pretty sure that's how Switzerland does it, and I really like that. But for the topic of like surviving an apocalyptic World War III type scenario, yeah, like it seems like Switzerland has everything. I really can't think of anything it's lacking that would make it not ideal. Well, I know it was a bit of an impromptu segment, but how'd you guys like that one? Was it fun? There will, of course, be a link to the original video in the description of the video when it goes out, so make sure to watch that. Toast Malone, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, never thought I'd hop on stream, only to learn that Trump has a small schlong. That he does. I believe it was Stormy Daniels and a few other women that have verifiably had sex with him that have all testified, I believe under oath, that he has a small penis. So, yeah. Yeah, that's actual real Trump lore. If it's small, can you call it a schlong? Frankly, no, you can't. No, you can't. It's more of a... It's a ding-a-ling when it's that small. Trump has a ding-a-ling. A schweener, if you will. Okay. It's time for a juicer segment here. Don't autoplay.
Today I've got...
Don't autoplay. There you go. All right. Really quick, before I cover this juicer, I'm gonna go grab a water, okay? I'm thirsty. I gotta go get a new water because my current one is empty, and I'm dying of thirst right now, okay? I'll be right back once I've gotten my hydration. Be patient. I love you all. Feels good to be back, guys. Hell yeah. Quick, everyone look sober until he gets back. Nice. I saw that, Rubits. How many segments have I recorded so far? I'm curious. 5. Damn, okay. And how many do we have left? 4 prepared. Definitely want to pull 1 or 2 more segments from chat today. I feel like I've got the energy to do, like, upwards of 12 segments, you know? I feel like I've got it in me tonight. I feel like I've got the energy. I feel like I've got the power. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, guys, so recently I put out a video. I believe it was called Fat Phobia is Brain Rot. Really good video in my opinion. It's a topic that I'm surprisingly passionate about as a skinny dude, or for a skinny dude, I would say, because I really don't like fat phobia. Or at least fat phobia as I usually see it come to fruition online, and how it tends to blow up in the form of viral content. You see, in my mind, well, I guess I'll fast forward, or rewind a little bit. My hatred of fat phobia actually predates my becoming progressive and, like, getting more left-wing with time, and it also predates my Chud era when I was reactionary before I became progressive and started doing lefty content. When I was in middle school, I had a best friend who was a bit overweight. And when we were on the bus one day, it was, you know, a bit nauseating. You know, it's the middle of the afternoon. It's a hot Florida, you know, day. And my friend was looking down and reading a book on the bus. I don't know how he does it. I've never been able to read a phone or a tablet or a book or anything without immediately getting a migraine and getting nauseous in a car. I just don't have that power. It makes me so car sick. But he would try and push through to read a book on the bus. And one day it made him sick, and he threw up. You know, he just got car sick and threw up. And the next day, kid that was just a little shitter. Like, this stuff like this happened once or twice. Well, more than once or twice. Kid that was a shitter that would sit a few seats back ended up basically loudly joking about what happened in my earshot. And I ended up yelling at him. I don't remember what I said. I just think I just told him to shut the fuck up and called him like a dipshit or an asshole or something. And ever since then, and after that point, I've always had a real pet peeve for fat phobia because, you know, I was friends with this person who was overweight, and they got a lot of shit for being overweight, and I knew this person. They're a good person. They're my friend. I care about them. And getting to experience fat phobia vicariously, by proxy, by being there when my friend had to experience it, and being upset by it, but not really being able to stop it or really defend my friend in a way that had any real stick or like that did anything in the long run, it really upset me. And ever since then, I've found fat phobia, at least the way it rears its ugly head, as like hate and judgment and scrutiny and you know, mean-spirited humor. I feel like it's lazy. I feel like it's low-hanging fruit because it feels as though right now, while there is a budding movement for not... I feel like fat acceptance is a misnomer. It's not that the fatness is what's being accepted. It's that the people who are overweight are who are being accepted is what the movement is trying to fight for. And it feels that while there are those movements that are fighting for, you know, recognition and, you know, to fight against being, what's the term for it? Editor, cut out this this pause here. Discrimination. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. Discrimination that they face for being overweight. I feel like fighting against that is good. And while these groups are, you know, they exist, it's still not the same as like racism or homophobia or even transphobia. if you're homophobic, transphobic, whatever, this can be career ending for you because people recognize it as, you know, hateful and mean, and you're attacking people for things that do not, that are just out of pocket to attack people for, notably because they're immutable characteristics, which being overweight is not immutable most of the time, but regardless, I think the spirit of it is there. And because the wide acceptance of, you know, like pro or anti-fat phobia is not as widespread as we would like it to be, there's still this like low-hanging fruit aspect to it where like modern media still feels like its go-to is like making a fat joke is just an easy gotcha, you know? Like it's the most edgy thing, the meanest spirited, edgiest thing they can do without getting into some real hot water, you know? It's like the very edge that they can go to before they're getting into some iffy territory, you know? And it's just, it feels cowardly. It feels really cowardly. But outside of that, there's also the outright hateful, judgmental fat phobia. It feels like all of a sudden, just at the snap of someone's fingers, all the right-wing pundits that are popular right now just started talking about how fat acceptance is bad just out of nowhere. Not because anything happened, but just because it became popular all of a sudden. I wonder if they're getting notes from some organization. We already know that Chris Ray-Gun made a TikTok talking about how he was approached by a large conservative organization and offered money to repeat talking points that would be like fed to him, and he rejected it. And as time goes on, it's very clear which YouTubers accepted the offer and which ones denied it, and that is the most that he said. And I wonder if Blaire White's one of the people who accepted that offer, because I know the Daily Wire lady, what's her name? Brett Cooper just did a dumb fuck fat phobia video. So Blaire White jumping onto the train right after doesn't surprise me. And yes, that's who we're talking about today. Blaire White. She has done something truly awful to try and own fat people or own fat acceptance people. This TikTok, or I guess YouTube short, I'm sorry, they're the same thing to me. I'm a boomer. This TikTok YouTube short went viral. Like responding to a Blaire White video and something she did in the video. I feel it'd be better for you to see the short yourselves rather than I talk about it and reiterate it myself. So here's the YouTube short.
Not the big Fruit Loop.
He's dead.
I'm going to try to get through this video without saying any bad words. This is Blaire White, a transgender YouTuber that makes right-wing content. This video has me extremely upset. I'm very, very angry right now. That's because this is my friend. His name is Taylor Lejeune, aka Waffler69, and he did not die because of what he was eating. He did not die because of his weight or because he was obese. He died because he had a genetic heart condition. When he died, I painted a picture of him. That picture's right behind me. He suffered from a genetic heart condition that ran in the family. Both his father and his grandfather both died at a young age because of the same condition. He was one of the most genuinely kind people I've ever known in my life. And to sit there and try to defame him and slander his name, all for some agenda, is sick.
Yeah. Basically, Blaire White wanted to get some kind of own, and this YouTuber who's passed away to a genetic heart condition that had nothing to do with his weight, Blaire White just decided to imply, at least, that his weight was the reason, basically implying that he deserved to die, because that's the entire point of this video. We're about to watch it, not in full, because it's 30 minutes and it's Blaire White, and she's literally intolerable. But her whole argument is this idea that we shouldn't do fat acceptance because fat acceptance encourages people who are fat not to be fat anymore, and being fat is, or encourages people who are fat to continue being fat, sorry, and being fat is some kind of moral failing in her world. It ain't his fault he died. Yeah, it's just bad RNG. He got bad RNG because of a heart condition that killed his grandfather and his father before him, right? So yeah, it's really disgusting. I'm going to read some of the comments in that short because the Blaire White fans have started rating it, and I have made a lot of videos on Blaire White, and there are videos in which it's just back-to-back-to-back receipts proving she's a liar. Her fans do not watch the videos. Her fans did not watch that short, and the ones that do have so much cognitive dissonance that they somehow come up with the most insane excuses to defend Blaire White I have ever seen in the replies, both of my replies and that TikTok or Shorts replies that we're going to be reading momentarily. Here's the video that the clip from Blaire White is taken from. We're gonna be dunking on it. The video is called "Fat Positive Activists Are Passing Away, but the Cult Must Go On," and the first segment is called "The Literal Death of the Movement." It's really disgusting shit. She's now trying to weaponize people's deaths for a political agenda, and the fact that at least one of these people who's died did not die having to do with anything being overweight makes it pretty clear how low her bar for truthfulness in this shameless-ass, disgusting video is. Now, Blaire White is, and I need to be very, very clear here, evil. Blaire White is an evil person. E-V-I-L, okay? One of the biggest lies Blaire White ever told was claiming that trans women who've gotten bottom surgery are being crazy if they think they should get checked for cervical cancer. And she showed a page from the Canadian Cancer Society that seems to suggest that that seems to back up her point, seems to suggest it's ridiculous to think that would be the case. But she cut off the article that she was reading, that the Canadian Cancer Society page, at a really weird spot that was suspicious to me. So I decided to find the exact page live on stream. Sure enough, the exact point she cut it off at then proceeds to say, but, as it turns out, if you have had bottom surgery, it is absolutely possible to get cervical cancer in the neocervix region, and getting regular pap smear or pap tests or whatever they're called, like cervical tests, like any cis woman would, is necessary. So she just lied. She deliberately cut a page to make it seem as though it's impossible for trans women to get cervical cancer if they've had bottom surgery, when she's got an audience of a lot of trans people, by the way. So she's spreading dangerous medical misinformation because admitting that some things that trans women have to do are the same as things that cis women have to do doesn't look good for her transphobic agenda. It's really, she truly is evil, and it's not even the start. Like, she has spread so much misinformation about people and made crying apologies, taking it all back and promising to change, but then doing the exact same behavior again. It started with Riley J. Dennis, but the most recent was Janae Marie Kroc. She's also, like, she also edits beards onto trans women that she's covering. Like, if there's a trans woman she doesn't like or a non-binary person she doesn't like, she'll put them in the thumbnail and Photoshop a beard on them in the thumbnail. She's done it to multiple trans women. Yeah, she truly is just an evil, awful bitch.
Just because I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I say.
She died.
You ready to get supersized?
She died too.
Today I got the big Fruit Loop.
He's dead.
Join me on my Fat Positive radio show.
Which didn't last long because she died. My hair is getting stuck on the Christmas tree. She's falling apart. Welcome back to my channel. There are a lot of lies that modern progressivism tells, right? And unfortunately, because a large chunk of the population is stuck on stupid, they do believe them, no matter how obviously deceptive and insane.
Well, the idea behind the "this is healthy" thing, okay. One of the big issues that conservative pundits like this have, because they have to demonize fatness, is they're incapable of actually giving any true fitness advice. I highly recommend, even though most of these fitness channels do tend to be somewhat right-leaning, these are the same channels that actually go against the political side they tend to lean towards and debunk the kind of shit that Blaire White says here, because they do care more about spreading fitness info than they do about, like, this whole political narrative thing. They make fitness videos, not grifting right-wing politics videos for culture war shit. A lot of fitness content creators talk about how healthy at any size is not a good mindset, right? For multiple reasons. For one, being overweight, while you can be physically healthy as far as, like, you don't have any, like, genetic diseases or anything going on, being physically overweight, and the more overweight you are, is an unhealthy thing. You are more unhealthy than if you were at a average BMI. However, there's not a lot of talk about how being underweight is unhealthy. You see a skinny person, even if they're, like, pretty overly skinny, and they don't get anywhere near as much shit as fat people. You guys have noticed that, right? Like, look at Asmongold. Or hell, even what's her name? What's her name? Eugenia Cooney. Thank you. Eugenia Cooney is like the one super skinny person I think any of us can think of who's gotten a lot of shit online for being like really skinny. But even then, she's got an established fan base of people who love her and like watch her content and support her. She is, like, as far as I know, doing pretty well and has been for over a decade online. She does not get anywhere near as much hate than the average fat person online does, despite it being very clear that she is not exactly in a healthy place. You could argue she's glorifying anorexia, right? She doesn't get as much hate because the fact is we don't see being underweight as much of a problem as being overweight, no matter how equally or in some cases more unhealthy being underweight can be. Because the fact is, most of this is not about how being fat is unhealthy. Do you guys really think the point Blaire is trying to make when showing these clips? Do you really think the point she's trying to make by showing these clips is that these people are unhealthy? Do you think that's the primary opinion her audience is supposed to glean from these clips she's playing? Or do you think there's maybe a more emotional response she's trying to evoke from her audience that showing people who are underweight just won't really evoke in the same way? It's disgust. I'm just going to outright say it. It's disgust. A lot of people, and I hate these people, and I know it well. There are a lot of people who just fucking despise fat people, particularly fat women. You can go and look at any podcast and hear some of the most vile things all said, all just because the person is fat. And it's very clear that there's a certain level of hatred for fat people that exists there, but it's not just that. It's clearly rooted in disgust. People like Blaire White say that the reason they talk about this is because they're concerned about health. They're concerned about a health epidemic. Yet Blaire White is the same type of person to get upset when a fitness company makes fitness clothes, like workout clothes for people who are overweight. She's the same type of person to get mad about that while claiming she cares about the health of these people. The fact is, she is trying to evoke a feeling of disgust in her audience, the same way she does with any trans person she covers by showing like videos of trans people that are like filmed with like shitty cameras on TikTok, just making a throwaway video talking about how they don't like her, trying to frame them in this way. It's like, look how less pretty than me all my haters are. Does that mean I'm right on everything? Like, look how crusty my haters are. It's like her go-to insult, right? She's just trying to evoke a feeling of disgust in her audience. And that's what I've noticed is the biggest through line in this fat-phobic content. We're not even going to watch the video, frankly, because fuck Blaire White, fuck giving her any screen time. With every day that passes, I genuinely get to the point where I see fat phobia as not just cringe, not just brain dead or brain rot, but actually evil. Because it leads to stuff like this, where you've got some Disney villain-looking-ass bitch celebrating the deaths of people because they were overweight, and she can get some kind of political own. Absolutely disgusting. And if you want to hear the kind of shit that Blaire White supporters believe, let's just read some of the comments. I'm going to scroll through until I find one of the ones that I saw before whenever I first saw this. Even if his death was the heart condition, his weight and lifestyle definitely was not doing him any favors, which is what everyone needs to understand. Yeah, it's what everyone needs to understand, is that his weight wasn't doing him any favors. Everyone needs to understand that this dead man's weight wasn't doing him any favors. Everyone needs to understand that, sure. Basically, a bunch of people trying to argue that his heart condition must have been made worse by him being overweight, which is certainly plausible, but there's no medical evidence for that. Like, these are just people speculating. It seems like a lot of the comments are more positive now. Okay. Most of these comments are pretty nice than what I saw before, actually. I saw a lot of mean comments when I first read through this. Huh. Nice. I'm glad the comments are positive. I really wonder how many of these dramas Blaire White's reputation can live through. I know her fans live in a really big echo chamber, and they've got some serious, like, bias that they're willing to, like, they're just willing to look past a lot of stuff. But she's lost big waves of subscribers before. A lot of young trans people go to YouTube. They're looking for established, successful trans content creators that are entertaining to look up to, that upload relatively high-quality content that's regularly uploaded, because you need to upload a lot in order to keep up on YouTube. And Blaire White fits that niche for a lot of young trans people that don't even know any better, because she's the first and only person they've found. Hell, who remembers, like, back in, what was it, like 2020, when it was like a big trend of, like, trans people online going from, like, realizing, wait, Blaire White sucks and ContraPoints is the person who we should be watching instead for high production value content from a trans creator worth looking up to as a young trans person? Oh, wow. And so there's this, like, big trend of, like, young trans people falling out of, like, the true scum trans content and getting into the more progressive stuff from, like, you know, BreadTube. Particularly Contra really blew up at that time, I remember. But yeah, I mean, this is just demonic, and just another perfect example of how Blaire White is a truly evil person. I will stand by that statement until the end of time, frankly. I've never been more confident that somebody has completely sold their soul for money. Besides, maybe Candace Owens. Maybe Candace Owens beats her. But Candace Owens hasn't spread much dangerous medical misinfo outside of COVID stuff for the sake, like, specifically knowing that she's lying. Like, with evidence, to the point, like, not to the same level as Blaire White, at least, who like had to edit that one screenshot in such a shameless way to try and make that point. I don't know. I'd say it's a pretty big tie between Blaire White and Candace Owens. You know, tell me in the comments who you think is the most soulless grifter. Alrighty. What'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Good Segzan, thank you. I'm glad you guys are liking him. Natalie, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, conservatives cause problems, they don't solve them. A majority of healthy foods cost more than unhealthy options. Conservatives instead don't fix that. Yeah, conservatives don't want to fix any problems. If there's no problems to fix, then they can't claim that Democrats are the cause of them all. You know, if there's no problems, then what are they going to blame Democrats? Like, what are they going to say Democrats are bad because of? It was his guy's friend who explained why his friend died of other medical conditions, as the guy's family is known to have their men die that young, around 25 years old, maybe 30. Yeah, like the young death is specifically a part of that, yeah, as the guy said in the video. Thank you for the $5 though, Natalie. I appreciate it. Yeah, of course, One Piece 34. A lot of the disgust is, you know, just them overplaying it because they have some level of attraction that they're trying to hide or they feel ashamed about. Not uncommon. Not uncommon at all. Let me take a sippy. Oh, my nose itchy. Hey! If you're watching the stream right now, and you've enjoyed it so far, consider dropping a like. It's completely free, and it really goes a long way. It really helps a lot. We've got over 200 likes right now, which is just awesome. Can we get it higher? Can we get even more likes? Even one is appreciated. But every single one of you who goes out of your way to hit that thumbs up button, I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It really, really does. Thank you, guys. And of course, to everyone who can donate, who does donate, I really appreciate that as well. You can always do it through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, and my website chat. Also, don't forget to join my Discord server. We're going to be doing viewer call-ins every other Friday in the near future. And on top of that, I plan to do somewhat regular watch parties in the Discord server as well of TV shows and movies. So join the Discord so you can be a part of that. It's fun. It's fun stuff. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. All right, everybody. This is a little bit of scary news. Christian nationalists are teaming up on illicit push to get churches to campaign for Trump. Who would have thought Turning Point USA's Charlie Kirk is one of the people pushing for this primarily? Christian nationalists are joining forces to recruit swing state MAGA-leaning churches to help elect Donald Trump in 2024. It's a brazen effort to transform religious congregations, which are technically supposed to keep electoral politics out of the pulpit, into a campaign powerhouse for the former president. This is where we kind of have to acknowledge the fact that particularly Christianity in America is a weapon of the right. If you are someone who has a faith that's very personal to you, I think that's completely fine. But organized religion around the world, and especially in America, has been possibly one of the most damaging institutions ever. I mean, hell, we don't even tax churches in this country. They make shitloads of money, and yet none of it goes back to the country that they exist in. And that's just one of the ways that churches have been using their power and been, influenced to do awful things and to get away with awful things. God, my nose won't stop itching. What is going on with it? I need to, pluck my nose hairs or something, guys. During a weekend broadcast of his podcast, the influential Christian nationalist apostle, he calls himself, Lance Wallnau, unveiled a new collaboration with Turning Point USA that aims to get civically enlightened pastors to turn out their faithful for the America First agenda. The effort will be primarily focused, Wallnau said, in the purple states of Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. They want to try. They're doing everything they possibly can to try to get Redorgia, Redazona, and Redconsin. Damn. God, what is going on? I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Ugh. God. Okay, I'm good. For weeks, Wallnau has been dropping hints about a swing state effort to turn out coreligionists for Trump. And during the Saturday broadcast for the Lance Wallnau Show, he announced that he's joined forces with Charlie Kirk, the founder of Turning Point USA, a powerful conservative group that has recently embraced Christian nationalism, including by promoting a 50-state prayer tour at the nation's state houses. Christ. For those who don't know, Turning Point USA is like this... It's like the alternative to the Graper movement, right? Like, the Graper movement and the TPUSA types have actually had quite a bit of IRL, spats and disagreements and unironic, almost fights and assaults. But if you're, a young conservative, hyper-Christian nationalist in America, there are two paths you can take. Following Nick Fuentes and being, an internet shitposter, or following, Charlie Kirk and going to prayer protests all around the country to protest against wokeness and fight for God or whatever. Either option is cringe. Honestly, I want to say that the Turning Point USA option is actually more respectable, personally. Turning Point USA began as a youth-focused group, touting small government and economic conservatism on college campuses. They always start pretending to be libertarian. In recent years, however, it has shifted into mobilizing far-right religious conservatives holding pastors' summits where Kirk has touted, quote, inerrancy of Scripture and called on courageous congregations to stand for righteousness regardless of the cost. Kirk's personal hand of Christian nationalism, Kirk's personal brand of Christian nationalism is not inclusive, however. He spent much of the recent holiday weekend attempting to trash the legacy of a storied Christian reverend, Martin Luther King Jr. You know what's interesting about MLK? When it comes to conservatives and MLK, there's two strategies. The most popular strategy is to very smarmily try to claim that Martin Luther King would somehow, despite being a socialist and like aggressively woke, like opposed to the idea of not speaking out against racism, seeing that as worse than just being outwardly loudly racist. In fact, despite MLK having said all those things and much more, they try to claim that MLK would actually agree with them nowadays. They try to appropriate him. There's that. But then there's the other side of things, where conservatives just go full hog and try to demonize MLK and say, hey, I'm not saying his anti-racist message was bad. All I'm saying is, do you really want to believe anything coming from the mouth of someone who cheated on his wife? You know, like, they'll come up with these crazy reasons for why MLK was actually bad enough that we really shouldn't, you know, see him as a good guy or believe anything that he said. Just basically leaning all the way into the racism, you know? The other side of it is the attempt at appropriating him. Like twisting the words of a dead man into, like, literally going against what he stood for. Xanderhall, literally, Kirk quotes the content of the character, but tries to say he was a cracked-out adulterer or something. Yeah, it's literally, he goes by that strategy. Those are the two strategies, and Charlie Kirk goes with the demonizing MLK strategy. In his podcast, Walnew described that he's recently been counseling Kirk. Quote, I call him up regularly and cheer him on because he's attacked as the face of Christian nationalism. Unquote. Those conversations precipitated the current partnership. Quote, we're going to join Charlie and Charlie's joining with us, Walnew said. Quote, we had a meeting and decided that Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia are the critical swing states. Hey, if you're a progressive, if you're like supporting the Democrats and don't want the Republicans to win, by the way, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia are also the big swing states you want to focus on too. If like you want to volunteer with, say, Progressive Victory, maybe go to their canvassing house and help them canvass. If you want to volunteer at Phone Bank or something, link down below in the description of all my streams and videos, by the way. Then yeah, those are the states that need to be focused on, because the Republicans know those are the big swing states and the Democrats do too. Those are the states that are going to decide who wins this presidential election. The partnership, which Walnew is referring to as a courage tour, seeks to spur conservative churches directly into the political arena. This is risky business. Under a 1954 law known as the Johnson Amendment, churches and other nonprofits are banned from engaging in any political campaign activity. I have a feeling they'll get out of this. I have a feeling they'll get out of any legal repercussions for that, though. Churches have a reputation for that kind of thing. The law is rarely enforced, of course it is, and has been skirted by churches of all political orientations, of course it has, whether by pastors who make their personal endorsements public or by congregations organizing turnout-boosting efforts like Souls to the Polls. But Trump has made clear he won't punish churches that violate the Johnson Amendment in 2024, even vowing on a Christian nationalist broadcast last May that he'll abolish the prohibition if reelected. Quote, we never enforced it, he said, but I'll finish it this time. Obviously, Trump has been open about wanting to dissolve the separation of church and state for a long time. All Republicans have. They don't believe in a separation of church and state. Well, they believe in a separation of church and state for all religions except for Christianity. Both Walnew and Kirk have been calling on pastors to throw caution to the wind, with Kirk explicitly offering resources to pastors who seek to challenge the IRS. On his podcast, Walnew insisted, quote, we've got to see the courageous churches come together. We're encouraging the churches to stand with us, unquote. According to Walnew, TPUSA had already recruited 2,500 churches to, quote, stand with an America First agenda. It is not clear from his description if all those congregations are in swing states. TPUSA did not respond to Rolling Stone's requests to elaborate on Walnew's remarks, and Walnew did not respond to an interview request. Obviously, this is just an evil attempt to try to weaponize the very powerful Christian the Christian base in this country, against the Democrats and to vote for Trump. It's a weaponization technique to weaponize the church. The Republicans have been doing it for a very long time. They're just trying to do it harder than ever for this election. You'll notice that the Republicans have been getting progressively more and more desperate with each election. They know that their chances of winning get worse with every new batch of young people that hits voting age. Young people are overwhelmingly progressive, and they're only getting more progressive. The Republicans just naturally, inevitably, intrinsically are living on borrowed time, and they know it. They know for a fact that if they do not overhaul the entire political system of this country in such a way that breaking the law and, like, destroying this democracy to maintain power, if they can't manage it soon, they lose all opportunity to do so forever. Is there a way to stop Project 2025 if Trump wins? Impeachment and criminal charges, probably. Hopefully, his claim that you have to impeach him through the Senate and the House before you can even charge him criminally if he's president is not true on a legal level, and his judges don't decide that's the case. Because if that is the case, then Trump would effectively be immune to all forms of criminal trial or charge. Yep, pretty awful, pretty disgusting, pretty scary. That's the country we live in. Kimberly Fletcher is the president of Moms for America. In a phone interview with Rolling Stone, she confirms, quote, "We are working with Lance Walnew on..." Of course, Moms for America is working with this. "We're working with Lance Walnew on the Courage Tour." Fletcher says that they could only speak to broad strokes because the effort is in its early stages, but elaborated that churches are a central focus for 2024. Quote, "Everybody keeps talking about the suburban woman vote. Those suburban women," Fletcher says, "are moms who go to church." The suburban white woman vote. Concerned Women for America did not respond to Rolling Stone's request for comment. Walnew also named Moms for Liberty as a partner. Moms for Liberty is another hate group, by the way, as a partner, but a spokesperson for that controversial group denied that it is involved. Walnew is a leading figure in the New Apostolic Reformation, a growing movement of charismatic Christians who believe in modern-day prophecy and other supernatural gifts of the Spirit. This loosely organized end-times movement differs from other evangelicals in its obsession with earthly power, advocating that Christians need to assert worldly dominance to hasten the second coming of Christ. Their entire religious and political philosophy is, we have to seize as much political power as possible for our God to be reborn. That is their idea. That is their philosophy. They must seize as much worldly power as possible for their God to be reborn. Yeah. All they care about is winning. Walnew, who has more than 1 million followers on Facebook, promotes a roadmap for a Christian takeover of society called the Seven Mountains Mandate, which calls for believers to conquer 7, quote, mountains of societal influence, including government, education, and entertainment. Interesting how this is like literally every crazy conservative Christian conspiracy theory about the Jews. Like, they're literally trying to achieve what they claim the Jews have done. Every accusation is a confession. Walnew is also a staunch Trump supporter. No. Really? No. Who was in Washington on January 6th. No, I can't believe that. No. Insisting recently that he was there seeking God for divine intervention to reinstall Trump in the White House. Walnew used part of his podcast to take issue with the label Christian nationalist, insisting it was imposed by Maoists who, quote, want to isolate the Christian nationalists from everyone else. Okay. Christian nationalism is an ideology that insists that Christians hold a place of privilege in the stewardship of America, which adherents assert ahistorically was founded as a Christian nation. I like how they add that ahistorically. They claim it was founded as a Christian nation. Christian nationalists often literally demonize their opponents, because seeing them as under the sway of satanic forces. The movement poses a danger to democracy because it sees no room for compromise, Andrew Whitehead, author of Taking America Back for God, Christian Nationalism in the United States, has told Rolling Stone. Quote, their vision must be the one that comes to pass, unquote. Walnu argued that he and his allies deserve a different label. Quote, we're really Christian rationalists. We see a nation in crisis. Yet he also insisted that if America doesn't receive, quote, divine intervention, it's sunk, adding that the gospel is the only thing that will save America. Walnu's Saturday podcast also featured far-right fellow preacher Mario Murillo as a panelist. Murillo warned that the nation's churches need to unify behind Trump because, quote, our nation has been taken over by demonic power. Re-electing Trump is necessary to preserve America, he added. The church failed the first time around. We did not rally behind Trump, and look at where we are now. Clarifying his view on Trump's heavenly mission, Murillo added, the purpose of a Donald Trump presidency is not to get the church to hand over the responsibility to Donald Trump. The thrice married Trump's role, Murillo countered, is just to buy us time to achieve what America truly requires, a moral awakening. Well, if this weird-ass hyper-nationalist Christian bullshit doesn't worry you, then 2025 and this together really should. They are really pulling out everything to try and squeeze out this, win. And I think if they win, I think democracy's done if they win. Or at least, if democracy is possible, if it's possible to destroy American democracy, if the Republicans will ever have the ability to do it, and it is possible to achieve that in this country, then they will do it if they win this election. If it's not possible, then they won't do it if they win this election. Like, if they win and they don't destroy American democracy, I just don't think it's possible. Apparently, American democracy is just too strong. But if I really do think if they win, American democracy is cooked. I don't know how it could survive with everything that's happening and with everything that the Republicans and Trump have planned. I don't know. There might not be. There very well may not be a 2028 election if Trump wins this year. We'll see. I know it's a bit of a frightening topic, a bit of a frightening segment, but how do you guys enjoy it? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yep, get your passports ready. Definitely get them ready. Hey, Natalie with another $5 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you. Said churches don't even give to the poor, which is part of their beliefs. If Christians actually cared about their beliefs, they would be socialists. That is true. Being socialist is quite Christ-like, which is, the opposite of what they do. Yeah, it's interesting. When churches actually do charitable causes, how's that not socialism? That's what I'm curious about. Because there are churches that, do a lot of good stuff. How's that not socialism? I'd like to hear, a conservative Christian explain it. How is, Christian outreach not socialism? How is it woke when liberals do, direct action community outreach, but when Christians do it, it's not woke and bad? I'd love to hear a Christian conservative explain that to me. Because they're doing it in the name of God. Alrighty. Let me bring up the next segment. Oh my gosh.
Sugar Conroy is one of—
No! Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Now, especially lately, I haven't really liked getting as much into YouTube drama. It's fun to occasionally dip into, especially if it's something I actually have, like, a vested stake in. Like the completionist thing, I had a very emotional attachment to because I was a fan of the completionist, at least before the stuff that came out about him came out with all this charity fraud dealio, the alleged charity fraud stuff. As well as the Mama Max situation, because I'd watched a couple of his videos and I'd covered some drama from him, and, you know, I knew who he was, and so hearing that people were just suddenly exploding on him, I wanted to know what was going on. I figured it was worth covering. This drama, on the other hand, is not one that I have any emotional connection to or really any context to go into, other than the fact that a good friend of mine is actually, was actually a big fan of this YouTuber, Chugga Conroy, and because of this drama, is quite disappointed in what's happening here. And it seems like even Boblax, the person who made the video we're about to react to, was also a Chugga Conroy fan. So, well, I've never seen this guy's content before. It seems like a lot of people really liked his stuff, and some shit happened, some drama, maybe some really bad things got exposed. Feet season. Oh, yeah, I heard it had something to do with feet. That was a big part of why I decided to cover this, because as you guys know, I fucking hate foot fetishists, and any opportunity to dunk on foot fetish people makes me happy. So that is, I do know that this has something to do with Chugga Conroy being into feet. I already don't like him just based on that. It's a pretty big L on his part. Alright, let's check out the video. This is a Boblax video. It's called Twitter versus Chugga Conroy. Let's find out what the deal is with all this. Maybe there's some commentary I can give.
Chugga Conroy is one of the original gaming Let's Play channels on YouTube who have existed on the platform, consistently uploading with no controversy to his name for the last 15 years. But earlier today, that changed when Lady Emily came out with a thread.
Yes, so this is a big reason why I covered this, because I believe Lady Emily is like a quite big Twitter poster in like the lefty online sphere, and that's why this tweet ended up getting quite a bit of attention. I know that I see a lot of Lady Emily's tweets on my timeline being reposted by other lefties I'm friends with and follow and stuff.
Accusing Chugga Conroy of trying to initiate foot fetish erotic roleplay with her while he's in a relationship with another person. It's
Sarah Z's co-scriptwriter. Ah. Well, why is it always the feet people? I don't think there's any normal feet people, guys. Like, I don't think people who are into feet are able to be normal about it, you know? Like, it's not just that they're into feet in the same way that someone's into ass or titties. They're into feet and they have to be weird about it, too. That's the thing. Fuck it. Oh, wait, is Boblax going to read this? I'm just going to read this here in case he doesn't. Fuck it, just to get it off my... Well, okay, so this is the original tweet. Okay, one thing I did see on Reddit, by the way, is Lady Emily had tweeted this one tweet here that was, like, super vague, and people thought it was in reference to the false allegations that were made against Quentin Reviews by, like, his ex-editor a while back, like, being brought back up and vague tweeted about. So people were at first giving Lady Emily a bit of shit because they thought she was vague tweeting in support for, like, a debunked set of allegations. So then Lady Emily was forced to, like, be more specific because people were thinking she was talking about Quentin Reviews, who I also like. I like Quentin Reviews content. Good YouTuber. Lady Emily tweeted, the original vague tweet was, scrolling through Reddit and seeing dozens of comments calling the popular YouTuber who sexually harassed you for several months last year a wholesome being with only green flags. Upside down smiley face. Very, very vague tweet. If you're a big figure and you tweet something this vague and this damning, you're going to get a lot of people speculating. It doesn't matter. People are going to speculate. And when enough people, when one person makes a really confident speculation, people will believe it and run with it. And you'll have just started a rumor completely unintentionally. So Lady Emily was forced to quote tweet it with a, elaboration. Fuck it. Just to get it off my chest, last year, Chugga Conroy kept trying to get me to initiate erotic foot fetish roleplay with him while he also had a girlfriend. This included sending shoes to my house under the guise of a gift only to constantly ask for more feet pics afterwards. Holy shit. This guy was a goblin, dude. This guy was a fucking goblin. Let's hear the rest.
Starts when she tweeted out, scrolling through Reddit and seeing dozens of comments calling the popular YouTuber who sexually harassed you for several months last year a wholesome being with only green flags. A couple hours later, she then
the green gooner.
Quote retweeted herself and said, "Fuck it. Just to get it off my chest, last year Chugga Conroy kept trying to get me to initiate erotic foot fetish roleplay with him while he also had a girlfriend. This included sending shoes to my house under the guise of a gift, only to consistently ask for feet pics afterwards. Eventually, I started ignoring him because I wasn't sure how to
Hey, did you get the new shoes I sent you? Yeah, you should take some photos of how they look on you. No. Take a. You have to be wearing them. You have to be wearing them. Don't bother sending the ones where you're not wearing them. Like, that's how I imagine that went. Oh wait, no, we have screenshots. Great. I guess he's gonna read all of it, so I don't have to read this myself. Thank God, my throat's tired.
Navigate around him, clearly trying to rope me into fetish shit, and in return, his messages to me got more frequent and aggressive. She then shows various Discord screenshots. This first one is from June 11th, where Chugga Conroy says something to her, and then follows it up by saying, "And beautiful. So, I originally planned to go with black with a floral pattern, but they lacked it in your size. So I went with what I thought was most likely to go with any clothes." She responds, "Oh, honestly, great call, because I love black high tops, but haven't had any in years and years." Chugga responds, "Hahaha, it's my personal favorite shoe." She responds, "It's a great shoe. Goes with everything."
Okay, maybe this is before the creepy stuff or something, but so far, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of coming off like she's going with it so she can get free shoes out of this situation. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I know one thing about women, and it's that women be shopping. And when women are shopping, what they're shopping for usually is shoes. Like you would think every woman is a foot fetishist because they fucking love shoes, okay? And I would not be surprised if this girl just kind of stuck through some weird shit to get free shoes out of it. It wouldn't surprise me. Xander Hall, I don't know if you know how devastating this has been for me. I've been a fan for literal years. It seems like I'll need to change that status to X-fan soon, it seems. Okay, so far there's nothing too crazy here other than the cheating. Although if we see evidence of him being, like, really pushy when given a clear sign, like, no, stop, and there's no, like, double talk. Because, like, I've seen accusations where someone claims, like, a YouTuber was being, like, sexually pushy, and then you see the DMs that are leaked, and, maybe, like, one side, like, the accuser leaks, like, clipped DMs, and then the accused leaks, like, all the DMs, and the DMs in question show, like, the girl says, "I'm not into you like that." The guy's like, "Okay." The girl gets really flirty, and the guy's like, "Okay, maybe she is into me like that," and reciprocates, and in response, the girl's like, "No, I'm not into you like that," and the same cycle repeats, right? And I feel like that's very different. I haven't seen any evidence of that happening here, but, like, that happens. That has occurred. That has happened, and YouTubers have been falsely accused of being, like, overly pushy sexually because of it.
Chugga responds, "Do I get to see you in them?" These next set of messages are from September 16th, and it starts out with Chugga saying, "Ha ha ha, thank you. Trying to get a lot done. I want to finish the series, or at least get close so I can travel to Scotland to see my significant other soon." She responds, "Oh cool, I didn't realize she was in Scotland." Chugga responds, "Yeah, pretty far, but we're thinking of immigration next year. Would you like to pick up where we left off last night?" Ha 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 ha, it dropped off suddenly. You tend to disappear. An hour and a half later, he then says,
okay, never mind. Now he's like double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, sextuple messaging now to get her to feet post. Okay, yeah. Nope, I see it now. I'm not seeing any mixed signals coming towards Chugga Conroy, honestly. I think she wanted the free shoes, but the pics, nah, bro.
"Aw, gonna ping you once more." And then the next day he says, "Well, hello. Have a nice doctor's visit?" Then 3 hours later he says, "Sorry to ping again, just wanted to know." And then
this is the kind of shit. This is why I never double message unless it's a close friend. Like, regardless of whether it's even someone I'm like flirting with or like into, even if it's just like a bro. Like, I rarely double message unless I'm really close with them and I know they aren't, like, gonna be weirded out. Because, like, shit like this flashes in my mind. I'm just like, I don't want to be one of those people. I don't want to be like, one notification is enough. They've got the ping. They'll see my message when they see it. If they don't reply, they didn't want to talk to me. And if they don't want to talk to me, then they're not worth my time. More people need to have this mindset, frankly.
5 hours later, he says, damn, you're no fun. Kidding, just a little concerned. An hour and a half later, he then says, sorry, that was rude of me. I shouldn't say stuff like that, even jokingly. You have your own stuff going on as much as I do. 2 hours later, he responds, hey. And then 3 hours later, he responds, hey, sorry, am I...
Yeah, it's not stopping. It's not, I mean, so far it's nothing career-ending, or that should be career-ending, but definitely, like, best case scenario, it's just a bit of hyper-autism, you know?
Bugging you too much? I just got done with work and saw I hadn't heard back. 25 hours later, he says, hey yo, how's today? Feeling any better? And then 3 days later, he says, hey, sorry if I'm bugging you.
Dog, days and days are passing now. Oh, man. Dude, 1 or 2 pings will do it. 1 or 2 pings will do it.
I understand you've got your own stuff going on too. I just wanted to wish you well tonight after seeing you talking about...
I'm begging cishet men to be normal. I'm on my knees. Listen, I do think there's a conversation to be had about why we usually only see men engage in this type of behavior and not women. I think it's a worthwhile discussion, right? Like the fact that, like, you don't really see women do this, but men do. And most of the lefty conversation is about how it's because men are creepy and awful and icky, right? But I do think that it's worth having a conversation about how, like, dudes are in some ways pressured into, or even socialized into believing this kind of shit is acceptable, right? Like, how many dudes have you met that haven't even considered that this type, like, how many dudes have you met that do this kind of shit and haven't even considered that this is, like, unacceptable behavior? Like, the heavy pestering and demanding of someone's time, that kind of thing. I think Chugga is just autistic. I get that, and it's possible that's what's happening here. Chugga apologized. We'll look at the apology for sure.
About how much being sick set you back. I've really enjoyed talking to you more through it. I'll leave you be after this message in case you need rest. This next message is from October 26th when he says, I missed you. Then on the 27th he says, are you doing better? 28th he says, blah. 30th he says, blargen. And then on the 1st of November he says, hey, hope I'm not piling it on. I just saw you were on. And then on the 6th of November he says, hello.
It just keeps going.
Hello. Emily continues her thread by saying, as far as I know, I'm not the only nor the first person he's done this to. He would try to assure me everything is fine, while also clearly trying to initiate fetish italicized text RP. She then shows some more Discord screenshots. This one is from the 9th of September where she says to him, that's what I thought too, lol. I was like, I could fix this, but it's funnier if it's flawed. At times I do miss the versatility of the old avatar. It was fun to mess with. Chugga responds, is that the face you make if I ran off with your shoes at a con? She responds, laughing my ass off, something like that. Chugga responds, ha 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 ha. What would you even do? This next...
She's not indicating she's not into the conversation there, but, like, his replies are still really cringe.
DM is from September 13th, where Chugga Conroy says, yeah, being forward with you because I'd rather not keep anything from you, and let you make the best decision for you. I am into that, but only with my significant other. I just also like talking about shoes with people because it's also an interest. I talked with my significant other about this when we started dating, and she told me I can talk about shoes with other people because it isn't sexual with my friends. It's some-
Nah, dog, it's clearly sexual here. Okay, so now we're already, okay, now he's saying, my girlfriend's okay with it as long as we're only talking about shoes because it isn't sexual. But then he's trying to elicit, like, sexual roleplay and, like, feet pics for him to jack off to. Okay. Okay. What have I walked back into? I'm sorry, Enceladus.
Something I enjoy talking about with my friends too. I know that might be a lot to share, and I'm sorry if it is, but I feel it's best to just be open with people and consider what I'd like to know if I were in their position. Emily then responds to Chugga Conroy sometime within 20 minutes of the last message we read out, and then Chugga Conroy responds, good, glad we understand each other, walks.
Okay, I will say one thing that's a little odd is that her reply there is cut out. Because his reply sounds like he's replying to her saying, yeah, we're good. We're good with this conversation. Good. Glad we understand each other. Walks up behind you. And yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. It seems weird that the reply, or the thing that he's replying to here, isn't there. Am I delusional here, chat? Do you guys feel like the way that what it seems like he's responding to a message that, if included, could maybe change the context of the situation a little? Nah, you got a point, Zan? Because it feels like he's replying to an affirmative message. It seems like he's replying affirmatively to a message. Now, I will say, like, he's already admitted to, like, cheating on his girlfriend effectively. So there's already that. Like, that's pretty clear that he's cheating on his girlfriend because this is clearly sexual. And he said that his girlfriend's okay with it as long as it's not sexual. And it is. So he's definitely cheating in some way, shape, or form, I would argue. And that's, worth criticism. But I don't know. I'd like to see what message he's responding to here. I really would.
Up behind you and trips you with some fancy footwork. You thud to the ground, and I yank your sneakers off in an instant. Ha ha ha! Loser! Chucks them at you. Lady Emily continues her thread by saying, it had started with him attending my Pokemon Black streams last December and chatting. We started talking in DMs because he seemed chill. Then on June 4th, I uploaded a selfie, and he zoomed into my shoes in the background and messaged me about them. She then shows this selfie she tweeted, where her shoes just happen to be in the background, and then some DMs from Chugga Conroy that starts out by him saying, nice sneakers. She responds, lol, thank you. I need new ones, to be honest. My everyday pair is starting to see some damage, lol. Chugga responds, seems sadly typical due to thin fabric. She responds, yeah. The curse of liking shoes that aren't durable. Got them on sale though, so for $20, can't complain. Hope you've been doing well. Chugga responds, hey, thank you. I just finished editing a video that was nuts to make. It covers the small you can develop in Pokemon. An hour later into the conversation, Chugga Conroy asks, so like, do you have a P.O. box? She responds, not at the moment, no. Chugga responds, oh well, I was going to see if I could partake in birthday niceness. They then talk about Pokemon for a bit more, and then Chugga Conroy says, if I may be so bold, sneaker size? She responds, oh, generally around this size.
This is like the foot fetishist's equivalent of asking a girl for her cup size. Christ.
Give or take a little, but it's usually what works most often. Chugga responds,
Don't
nice.
ask a girl for
She
her cup
responds,
size.
yeah. And then Chugga says, okay, well, I'll figure something out. Not sure if you have any
Don't do that, by
dislikes
the
for
way.
me
Don't
to be
like it.
aware of. Emily continues her Twitter thread by saying, convos would often derail suddenly. One moment we'd be talking about Nintendo games, and then it would shift immediately to feet talk. He was very persistent in commenting how big my feet are. I tried to respond with blunt jokes to make the vibes less creepy out of nerves.
Dog, okay, I'm sorry, but like, I do not want to victim blame, okay? But when it's messages, there's a certain point where the creepy dude messaging you about your feet, you just gotta block them. Maybe, like, okay. I have a friend who has a policy that any girl that he dates, when, like, a weirdo dude comes into her DMs, if she doesn't block the dude, it's a red flag. It's very, like, I kind of agree with that. I think it, not because of, like, a red flag of them as a person, but a red flag that they maybe don't have certain, basically, the go-to response is, I don't want to be mean whenever it comes to stuff like this. I don't want to block him because I don't want to be mean. And while obviously the weirdo shouldn't be being weird in your DMs in the first place, you also have to look out for yourself too. And I hate that response. And I think a lot of people do. This idea that, like, I can't block the weirdo in my DMs because I don't want to be mean. I understand that kind of fear in a real life situation, because if you reject a guy who's, like, standing in front of you, he might, like, kill you. But when we're talking about a dude over the internet, especially a YouTuber, you've got, like, admittedly a lot of leverage over, just because you could release this stuff and like, destroy him if he does some weirdo, creepy, stalkery shit. I feel like this should have never gone as far as it did, right? Am I being like a piece of shit victim blamer here, or is my point valid that like if the weird feet talk was always making her uncomfortable, I feel like the conversation should have ended like a while ago. Because for me, I would have blocked this person like right away. The second they started asking me about shoes, like for one, the only message they would have gotten back at most would be, "I'm glad you enjoy the content," and like a little heart or a smiley face. That's usually what I send in response to like nice messages I get in DMs. Because, you know, I want to make them feel like I'm not ignoring them. I feel bad if I feel like I'm ignoring someone. But if they followed up with some weird shit, I don't feel a little bit bad about blocking them, okay? I'm not trying to, like, disparage Emily here. But, like, dog, look at this. Like, when asking about the P.O. box and, like, asking to send shoes, I don't know. I feel like the motives should have already been obvious at this point, and I don't want to, like, I feel like I'm victim blaming, but I think a lot more, particularly women, need to get comfortable blocking weirdos online. It's not mean. It's just block them, please. Zan, sometimes it's fun or jokingly at first, and it's hard to read into things because you're just getting to know them. Got to give it time and pick up patterns to see the red flags. I get that, Livy, but like, maybe it's the context we already know, but like, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not autistic. Maybe I'm not autistic because I feel like I'm really, really good at picking up on social cues. I don't always agree with like the cues that I get necessarily, which may lead to people thinking I'm autistic, but like, I feel like I'm really good at picking up on social cues. Like, I feel like I'm really good at noticing small things in the room, like just things about a conversation, like elephants in the room, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like I have ADHD and not autism, you know? Like, if I have any type of neurodivergent bullshit going on, I don't know. Maybe I'm not autistic because I don't feel any hangups over blocking a weirdo, and I feel like I detect weirdos so quickly. Maybe that's a big reason why people say that I have like some sort of like ability to see the future when it comes to YouTubers or something, is because I'm just good at kind of picking up on vibes from people and knowing if there's probably something about them that I'm not gonna like, and maybe I notice it before everyone else does. That's happened a lot. So maybe it's just that. Maybe I'm just good at detecting that kind of stuff. I notice it before a lot of you guys do, and you guys just don't see it before I do, and I look unreasonable. Like, I think that happened really bad with what was his name? Fuck. All this drama stuff literally leaves my brain because I don't have the capacity to like store it in my short-term memory. No, not Lancer Thought Slime. He's the one who made the video that almost caused me and Merrick to, like, me to burn the bridge with Merrick. How am I... FD Signifier. FD Signifier. I just remembered his name. I'm sorry. Listen, there's a lot of dumb fuck YouTubers who've, like, slandered me in the past. It's rough, okay? I was calling FD Signifier a dumb fuck a year and a half before he started making his like full-on call-out videos on lefty like folks, because he was having really dumb takes and was supporting really dumb people and takes on Twitter. I noticed that shit and made multiple videos calling him a dumb fuck, got tons of shit from the left for doing so, but then he made a video slandering Vosh, and then all of a sudden Zan was right all along. Yeah, I see how it is. Anyway, I don't want to get too off topic.
She responds, "Oh, generally around this size, give or take a little, but it's usually what works most often." Chugga responds, "Nice." She responds, "Yeah." And then Chugga says, "Okay, well, I'll figure something out. Not sure if you have any dislikes for me to be aware of." Emily continues her Twitter thread by saying, "Convos would often derail suddenly. One moment we'd be talking about Nintendo games, and then it would shift immediately to feet talk. He was very persistent in commenting how big my feet are. I tried to respond with blunt jokes to make the vibes less creepy out of nerves. She then chose video of these Discord DMs to prove that it's actually from Chugga Conroy. I'll read out the relevant messages as I let the proof scroll by on the left-hand side. The start of the first video continues the conversation that we last read, with Emily responding, "I'm sure whatever you get me, I'll like." Chugga responds, "Haha, how nice of you." And then she responds, "Haha, of course." On June 7th, Chugga says, "Sent you some stuff today. I had a plan A I couldn't do because your feet were too darn big, so I went with a different idea." She responds, "Oh, lol. I'm excited to see what it is. Thank you so much." Chugga responds, "Wow, you, took what I said surprisingly well." She responds, laughing my ass off, "I know my feet are big. It's a thing. I'm curious what plan A was." Chugga responds, "Hahaha, really? It's a thing you joke about?" She responds, "Hahaha, I mean, I'm not supposed to advertise, but it's just kind of a fact of life." Chugga responds, "Hahaha, that's a fair..."
I'm sorry, but like I said before, this conversation, like this entire thing should have ended a while ago, I feel, you know? Yeah, bro's clearly down bad. Yeah, she really, like, I do really think something needed to have been said in regards to, like, I'm not comfortable. Guys, is my short-term memory fucked, or has there not been any, besides the ghosting, has there not been any, like, explicit saying I'm not into that? Yeah, this isn't dirty talk like sexual. This is just dirty talk. They're just dirty. Yeah, I will say, something that's sort of a point in his ballpark is that, like, unless, obviously, like, I feel like the average autistic person would not be able to pick up on any signals that she's not into this by this point. Besides the ghosting, the fact that she replies to messages, replies lamau, replies positively, affirmatively to questions, he doesn't have any reason to think she's not into it. Like, she's engaging with it, you know? Like, listen, guys, I have every reason to be against this guy. I fucking hate feet people, and I'm disgusted by this conversation. But, like, if you're a Chugga Conroy fan, unless you're just disgusted by the fact he's into feet, I don't think anything here suggests he's, like, a sexual harasser. Certainly not like a serial sexual harasser. He's just being autistic here and cringe and gross and cheating on his girlfriend for sure. He's definitely doing that as well. Yeah, I'm not even going to say she doesn't seem engaged. She seems engaged. She seems to want some free shoes. I'm not going to lie. Listen, no hate to her for it. Listen, but it seems clear she let this go on a bit longer because she knew she was going to get some free shoes out of it, okay? And I know women, and I know they like their shoes, okay? And I know that a lot of women are willing to endure some creepy messages and pretend like they're into it if it means they get some shoes, all right?
Stance on the issue. I'm lucky I'm a 12. One size bigger and no shoe stores would carry my size. These next set of messages I want to show are from September 13th, and they're just talking about a video game, but then suddenly Chugga Conroy responds, "Okay, I'm gonna miss your shoes. It was kind of nice being their caretaker again." Looks at them in my hands. As hard as it was at times, they stunk horribly. She responds, "Oh yeah, sorry about that. It is what it is." And then Chugga responds, "Man, big and stinky? You've got it all."
Uh-oh, stinky. That's gonna be the text in the thumbnail of this video. Uh-oh, stinky.
And then Emily makes one last tweet in her Chugga Conroy thread when she says, "And for those of you asking how I know it was his actual Discord and not an impersonator I was talking..."
Wait, dog. Wait, okay. Hold on. Why are we not seeing her response to this message? Dog, if she did not respond in a, like, non-averse way at all to this message, that's an indication she's not uncomfortable with this. I'm sorry, consent matters, and a lack of saying no is not consent. But when it comes to something like flirty messages, that's the level that's where you kind of have to play. You have to play it cool. You have to meet the person where they're at, right? Somebody like if you want to flirt with a girl that you like, right? Somebody has to be the first one to do the flirting. You can wait forever for her to flirt with you if she's into you, if you think she's into you, or you can like take it to a 0.5% and see how she responds. Maybe she does nothing. Maybe she indicates she's not into it. And maybe she indicates she is into it and maybe ups it a 0.5% or a percentage, you know? And the idea is that you match each other and maybe you overtake each other in the flirtiness when you feel comfortable, just a little, you know, you don't like, because the fact is when you're just getting into that area with someone, you've already talked and you're trying to get into like a flirty area with them, like, it's not just as simple as, hey, I like you. Do I have consent to engage in flirtatious behavior with you? That is even more autistic of a thing to ask. It requires this certain level of social understanding where you can kind of ride the line of not overstepping boundaries and making the person you're flirting with uncomfortable, which you don't want to do for a variety of reasons. For one, you don't want to make them uncomfortable because you care about them. You care about consent. You care about like the boundaries of this person. But you also don't want to put yourself in the super awkward, fucked up situation of like fumbling the shit out of a situation like this, especially if you're friends with the person you're talking to. So when you're flirting with somebody, and we're not talking about explicitly sexual, like in-person stuff, there's no like, unless somebody outright says, I'm not into this, can you please stop talking like this? If you're going with it, the consent for the flirting is kind of implied. This does not stretch, obviously, to sex or, like, any type of physical contact. But if we're talking about, like, just flirty interactions, you kind of have to, like, give off an impression that you're not into it if you're not into it, for it to end. If you play into his upping of the flirtatiousness, if he responds, your feet are big and stinky, you've got it all, and you don't respond in a grossed out way or in a verse way, you've met him at his level of flirtation. He has no other thing to suspect other than like, oh, she's into it. Like, these screenshots are being framed like they're super damning, and what they are is cringe and disgusting. Okay, so I do almost disagree here, Zan. I'm actually really curious to hear a take from someone who disagrees, because I feel like I'm like, I don't know, you know? I feel like, oh, you're talking about disagreeing about the messages being gross. Is that what you disagree with, Cookie Cat? Does anyone here think I'm, like, listen, I don't want to do any type of weird victim blamey shit. I'm curious if people think I'm being crazy right now. I want to hear arguments against what I'm saying, because, like, if there are arguments, I want to hear them now. Nah, I slightly disagree with you here, and rejecting people is quite hard for me. Okay. Okay, we're getting into some spicy territory here when we talk about people who have a hard time rejecting others. Consent is really important. And a lack of a yes when it comes to sex is not consent. If there is no explicit, enthusiastic yes I like a clear yes, there is no consent. And obviously consent can be revoked at any time. We all know this. I hope we all know this, right? But that's sex. That's like kissing or like holding hands or physical contact. Like that's the kind of thing you nudge at a question as to whether or not you're okay with doing that, right? As things unfold. When we're talking about like the beginning of it all and making it flirty, it's going to be awkward, and you have to be capable of saying yes or no, or at the very least, not playing into the flirtation. When I explicitly did say that I wasn't comfortable with what was up, but like that awkwardness made it hard for me to assert myself, I guess. Asserting yourself is far easier on the internet, though, so I think it's a bit different here. Hell, you don't have to... you can just block the guy. Yeah, that's what I think was the best move here. Like, after the messages started to get creepy, the move is to immediately block. Like, the fact is, it was obvious from the start, once the messages started getting weird and flirty, what the intentions of this person are. And I really feel like a lot of women like have a tendency to try and I'm not saying this in the incel-y way. I'm saying this in like a very objective way. They try to friend zone dudes that they know are into them. What I mean is like continue to be friends with dudes they know are into them because of some flirtatious interaction or admittance of feelings. And that is rarely a good idea. That is rarely not a recipe for some sort of drama or something down the road. Like, and this is more of a dude problem. Like, one of the big issues is that it's hard to not feel like I'm victim blaming when I'm trying to explain the psychology that, like, the most dangerous dudes have, right? Like, I'm trying to explain the mindset that dangerous dudes have and the kind of, like, mindset you need to have to deal with them and avoid them in the safest way. And I'm really trying not to make it sound like some sort of, like, victim blaming or, like, you need to do this or you deserve to get whatever, right? I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to explain that, like, dudes like this can behave in dangerous ways, which is breaking your boundaries, if you do not make your boundaries clear. Which I'm going to be honest, I have not seen her make her boundaries clear here outside of ghosting him for days on end. That's the only area where she's really made her boundaries clear. And ghosting someone is not a very clear indication of your boundaries. Like, it's clear that, like, he was messaging for days on end thinking, maybe she just hasn't seen my messages, right? Like, I think the ghosting was the right thing, but a block would have been more decisive. It would have been saying what needed to be said without saying it, while also not just leaving him there to spam you messages in your DMs.
Big and stinky? You've got it all. And then Emily makes one last tweet in her Chugga Conroy thread when she says, and for those of you asking how I know it was his actual Discord and not an impersonator I was talking to, beyond the fact that I ran it by mutuals of ours to make sure it was valid, here's our first connection over Twitter leading up to things going to Discord. She then shares the proof, and once again I'm going to read out the relevant messages for you. Chugga Conroy reached out to her on December 30th, 2022 by saying, that is nuts. As someone who worked with a lot of conventions, everyone kinda always knew Vic was weird. People just kept letting him do it for so long because he was so popular and drew in crowds. She responds, God yeah, that's what I've heard from everyone. I remember meeting him in 2009 at a con, and even then I knew he was kinda weird around me. His downfall has been a long time coming, and he has no one to blame but himself. Chugga responds,
ironic that this is how their first conversation started.
Seriously, I had dinner with him once through a mutual friend, and he wore leather pants and talked about how hot he is. And this was like in a hotel lobby burger place. She responds, oh my god, yeah, that tracks. Chugga Conroy then responds by talking about Pokemon, and this conversation about video games and movies and stuff continues until February 16th, 2023, when Chugga Conroy asks if she wants his Discord, and then she sends it to him. And that's about it for these
Yeah, like, everything seems like they were just friends for a while, talking, like, platonically. It like, went to Discord. He made it flirty, and that's a big problem because he's cheating on his girlfriend, clearly, because, like, yeah, we saw the messages from before where he said, like, my girlfriend's fine with shoe talk as long as it's not sexual, and then here he is, like, down bad in Emily's DMs. So he's definitely a cheater. I think that's the worst thing he did here is cheat. I think the idea that these constitute evidence of, like, sexual harassment, like, by intent at least, or like, I really don't think, as far as sexual harassment, this is evidence that is solid enough to, like, cancel him over. I'm gonna be honest. It really feels like he just kind of is weird and autistic. That's kind of just the vibe that I get, and being in defeat is also weird. So that kind of, I feel like a lot of people are going to err on this being inappropriate simply because they see feet, and I do too, they see being attracted to feet as weird and cringe. And so, like, that's really not helping Chugga Conroy's case here. If he was just engaging in, like, non-feet related flirting, I actually think most people would be more leaning towards where I'm at right now. If you do not stand for yourself and you don't assert your fucking boundaries, you cannot be fucking surprised when people overstep those boundaries. I'm sorry, but people are not able to tell over text that you're uncomfy. Yeah, I mean, I think you worded it pretty harshly, but I think we need to emphasize that if it is impossible, reasonably, for the other party to even know what your boundaries are, I feel like you cannot morally judge that person for overstepping them. Because they're trying to find where the boundary is, and you've functionally made that boundary invisible. Like, you can't shock someone for stepping over an invisible electric fence, you know? Like, I get it. It's bad they stepped over that boundary anyway, but, like, it has to be visible. Like, they have to be able to see it. And I don't feel like Chugga Conroy saw the boundary here, you know?
Allegations so far. I mean, I really shouldn't even call it allegations because it's pretty much been proven that it is him, but on the internet, you can't be too safe. I'll just say...
Oh, by the way, Cookie Cat, I'm not talking about your story. I'm talking about this one.
Allegations for now. Regardless, this situation has blown up on Twitter, gaining nearly 4 million views in the last 5.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. This is rough for Chugga Conroy, man. This is rough. I mean, I don't think he did anything that morally bad other than cringe and gross, but oh. Did he make an apology? Is it on Twitter or YouTube? Must be on Twitter. Oh, I found the apology. I'll read it in a sec. Let me take a sippy. Emily's also responded to it? Okay. Hey, I want to say I'm sorry to Emily and to you, our community. I apologize for my mistake of overstepping the boundaries of our friendship and causing her to hurt in the process. This will not happen again. Short and concise. I'd rather have time to collect my thoughts than react immediately and ask that you do not contact my friends about this. I will talk more about this in a few days. It's actually a pretty good response. I mean, overall, like, saying, hey, I'm sorry, but I will do something more, like, elaborate in a few days, but I want time to do so. Honestly, that's the best way to handle it. What are the comments like? Take all the time you need. I'm just glad you weren't too silent about this and you apologized right away. Good idea to respond instead of reacting. Are you going to do some soul searching? Take your time. A lot of this was overwhelming and it hurts to see that this happened and that it was actually you. But I also believe that people can change, and if you can go from the wannabe edgy guy from 15 years ago to now, then I think you can learn here as well. As you should, we all trust that you'll do the right thing. Emil, controversy is always overwhelming for not just the people involved, but also a plethora of individuals. I support you, Emil. I'm not sure what to feel about this myself, but I also understand it's not my business to feel anything about it. I'm not involved. A lot of people are being a little bit, like, iffy. Like, it's very clear they've got a bias in favor of him, and even if it was bad what came out, they probably would support him anyway. Let me see if I can find... Oh. Thanks, Twitter. The count I was looking for came up for half a second and then disappeared. Apparently Lady Emily replied. Here it is. Read the apology. While I'm not sure if I fully accept, I do wish the best in growing from this. I find the framing of this as a simple mistake concerning. So far, I've talked to half a dozen women who have shared similar stories. I hope your future apology acknowledges that. Okay, if there's half a dozen other women who have, like, more damning evidence than what I saw here, then that can change everything. But if all these other women are all just like, yeah, I was friends with Chugga Conroy, and then he started flirting with me and was into feet, and he was sending me free shoes, and, you know, I played into it for a while to get a few free pairs of shoes, but then I ghosted him, and look how creepy the messages are. But I never indicated to him that it was... If it's more of that, then I'm gonna feel, like, mega red-pilled by this whole situation, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. The fact that there's a claim that there's more women who supposedly have accusations is good, is, like, you know, a pretty good thing for her case, I will say, but, like, I don't know. This situation seems messy. I don't feel like any, like, solid evidence has come out. I feel like Chugga Conroy could come out with a video with context of those of, like, the messages that he was responding to that almost seemed like she was being affirmative that she was into what was happening. That could change everything. Yeah. This is about as, like, sexual harassment as a dude commenting on a girl's post show feet. It really doesn't seem like it's that bad. Just really, really cringe. Yeah, pretty comparable to the Verbalace situation, honestly. Although, I'd honestly say Verbalace is less, like, bad in this situation because no one claims they were, like, you know, in any way made uncomfortable, like, personally by what he did, you know? Like, there's no, like, supposed victim in the situation. Yeah, I hope that those other women do talk about their experience to see if he's done anything worse, but considering how Emily talks about hoping for the best, it feels like it could most likely just be mega cringe. Yeah, that's the way I see it. I will tell you now, Chugga won't do that. It's just not his nature or style. Yeah, I mean, if this is not what it seems, then I would want him to clear the air if that's the case, but... I mean, if there's more to this that we don't know from these other women, then I hope we find that out too, because right now, I admit, it's not the most compelling, admittedly. I'm curious to see the comments down below. Maybe more things come out before this video ends up releasing, and it makes me look really bad for having this take, but, yeah. Comment down below what you think. I'm really curious, especially on this video. Well, damn, that segment ended up going on quite a while, huh? What do you guys think of that segment? Did you enjoy? I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. And Natalie, thank you for the additional $5 super chat. Said, these are the same conservatives who call anything left of hunting the homeless for sport socialism. Conservatism and real Christianity just don't mix, IMO. Real true. Anyway, hey, if you're enjoying the stream, consider dropping a like. Those little thumbs up on YouTube really do go a long way. They mean a lot and help the channel a whole freaking bunch. So I appreciate it, every single one of you who does that. And of course, if you want to go the extra mile and support me financially, as it does help me afford my bills and food and all that good stuff, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But no matter how you support me, I really do appreciate it. You should also join my fan Discord, link down below, and maybe consider buying some merch, link down below as well. My merch is based. My merch is Pog. How many segments have I done so far today? Nice. All right. I think I've got it in me for one more segment today. I got one more left in me. You all know what it is.
I'm trying to...
You all know what it is. You all know what it's gonna be. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, it's time for our at least monthly mandatory Hasan hate segment. I really can't help it, I'm sorry. Hasan's like the largest lefty political figure on all of the internet, and he is constantly engaging in some of the most destructive foreign policy takes you can possibly imagine. I will admit, it is endlessly hilarious to me that Hasan Piker is an immigrant who came to America, built a business off of hating on America, has made millions, and lives in a mansion in the most expensive city in the entire country, using the business he's made hating on America. Like, all of that is true, all the while he's built said business on hating on America and saying it's like the worst thing ever. I genuinely cannot get enough of how hilarious that is. Anyway, that aside, Hasan has had a plethora of really bad foreign policy takes as of late, going all the way back to defending a hypothetical invasion of Taiwan, to defending like being anti-Hong Kong, to being dismissive of the Uyghur genocide, to claiming that Russia was not going to invade Ukraine when all of the evidence is suggesting Russia was going to invade Ukraine. And then when Russia did invade Ukraine, he did a whole video breakdown on video, about how actually the annexation of Crimea was justified, which got him a lot of shit. And then he walked that back and then claimed, like, basically he's had to go back and forth on all of this shit. And there's way worse as well that he's gone through. He's got very, very bad foreign policy takes. He is, of course, a tanky. He courts an audience of tankies. You can very easily predict what his takes are going to be. He's also very pro-Hamas and has really embarrassed the fuck out of himself on everything having to do with the conflict between Hamas and the IDF. With that said, just recently, there's been this big world drama going on, just a little bit of a thing happening, where some pirates, some Yemeni, I think is the term. I don't know why I'm blanking on it, right? I think it's Yemeni. Some Yemeni pirates who are backed by Iran are blocking the Red Sea with a big old blockade. They don't want anyone getting through. They're Houthis? Well, yes, but in Yemen. But the Houthis are Yemeni, right? Am I wrong here? Right? The Houthis are aren't the Houthis aren't they the Houthis are a pretty broad group too, to be clear, by the way. The pirates themselves are overwhelmingly Houthis, but obviously not all Houthis are pirates trying to block the Red Sea, right? Like, I'm just clarifying here. Obviously, that aside, the Houthi pirates are not good. They are blocking global shipping lanes, which is obviously a really big problem because many countries rely on global shipping lanes. And the framing of this by progressives, I would hazard to say, tankies I should really call them, is that they are basically disrupting the imperialist, capitalist world economy. And that it's funny. And that, the West is melting down over it, is basically the meme. And so tanky figures have found this viral video of one of the pirates who seems to be, very attractive to a lot of the lefty e-girls, I guess. And they're now championing him as this, anti-imperialist hero. He is, of course, a terrorist who is working with a group, or working for a group that does child slavery and, sexualizes and does child sex trafficking and stuff. So we're really talking about a really awful group here. And Hasan has brought one of them on because he's an e-boy who went viral online and the e-girls like him. Pretty much the same reason Hasan's viral. And brought him on stream to whitewash him. It gets really, really cringe. I saw a clip of this interview on Twitter, where at one point he asks if the guy has seen One Piece, and the guy says yes, he's watched One Piece since he was a kid, and Hasan replies, "You're doing what I think Luffy would do. The Houthis are doing what Luffy would do," is what he replies. It's genuinely one of the most vitriolically cringe interactions I've ever seen. Yeah, so prepare yourselves. This is going to be really bad.
I'm gonna interview the young Yemeni, in quotes,
right back.
pirate who's a TikToker and need help. How the fuck are you gonna interview him? I'm gonna interview him by having someone who speaks Arabic on. Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down, okay? Here, this is the guy. Yeah, Tim Houthi Chalamet. Brogan is definitely gonna find someone. Wait, you are not posting this in the Discord. That's crazy. I was wondering why I got a notification. Thanks, Frogan. You're doing brilliant work back here. Let me just DM him again and say, I'm
not doing that, okay? Listen. A lot of Hasan's videos are just complete, absolute drivel. I don't know how Hasan gets away with being so rambly, incoherent, and unentertaining in his videos and being as big as he is. I'm not saying my content is perfect. I have a lot of work to do on my public speaking and live presentation skills to make my videos live, super entertaining live, without any fuck-ups or stutters or pauses or long dead silence or whatever. But Hasan is the biggest, and he just yells at chatters and stunlocks for long portions of fully uploaded segments in ways that are completely unrelated. So it becomes completely impossible to cover one of his segments here, which is why we're going to cover this in the form of clips, of course. By the way, the person he's referring to there, Frogan, is one of his mods, who's a big lefty Twitter poster. She is, of course, a massive dipshit. Anybody that you recognize in Hasan's chat as a large figure in his community, like a mod or whatever, is generally really fucking dumb. They're generally really stupid, and you can write them off. They're probably really stupid. They're probably a tanky. Their takes probably begin and end at America bad. Oh wow, I've already been blocked by numerous accounts who are like fan camming this this video. Ah, oh, come on. Come on. Oh, I'm blocked. I'm blocked. Ree! I'm blocked. Okay, we'll just have to watch straight through Hasan's. We'll have to watch Hasan's clips of it. Oh, here's an absolutely vile image for you guys. Here's the pirate guy dressed up as Luffy from One Piece. You know what's sad? This kid's gonna get, like, airstriked by the US or Britain before he ever gets to finish, like, 1/4 of that show. It's crazy. Anyway, here's a clip from it that went viral. Let's take a look.
He's saying they've all tried caught, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No fucking way.
he's saying he wants us to visit.
Oh, dude, I would love to. One day.
Dog. Hasan, could you imagine Hasan ever leaving his cozy LA mansion and going to a country where there is even... Could you imagine Hasan leaving his fucking house to actually cover something real in a place where there's genuine danger for his life? Do you guys actually believe Hasan would ever in his life put himself in even the slightest bit of danger for the political causes he champions? No. No, he is the definition of a champagne socialist. He is the definition of a millionaire, whiny, Hollywood champagne socialist.
I am afraid of America bombs, though. That's what I'm.
بقول لك انه بده انه يزور السفن بس بيخاف من القصف الامريكي.
You should be afraid of American bombs. Like, the funny thing about all this is how these like tanky types are all doing this whole like tech W, like, yeah, this is so cool, yeah, this guy's so neat. Like, when this dude and all of his friends get completely wiped the fuck out by US and British airstrikes, and not a single US or British casualty occurs because it's all like planes and or jets and drones, like literally no boots on the ground, and we're just like wiping out facility after facility, and eventually this guy and his friends are going to be dead. All these people are going to be posting about how these pirates did nothing wrong. They didn't do anything. It was illegal. In fact, it was a war crime to attack them, is what they'll argue. Like, I cannot wait to see this go from like them smugly smiling about how this guy is epically owning the West to the West are war criminals for airstriking this guy after he attacked multiple civilian vessels. That's literally what the TikTok is, by the way. The TikTok is him boarding a civilian ship to like hijack it. It's him like literally like what he's doing is committing an international crime. Like, by posting that video, he has literally made himself a legal target for airstriking, you know? Like, he is actually, like, a legal target now. He has broadcast himself committing the crime and admitted to it and bragged about it.
لا عادي يجي والله بنخليه يزور السفن كلهن ويعيش حياته يعني كون بيس يتخيل نفسه إنه في One Piece.
He says if you go visit there, you'll feel like you're in One Piece and you can visit all the boats.
These dipshit little LARPers in Hasan's chat are just eating this all up, dude. Dude, Hasan's dumbass LARPy little, like, 14-year-old fans are gonna eat this up like it's slop, man. They're not even owning Israel. Guys, there's no owning of Israel. None of these ships are affiliated with Israel. They're civilian trade ships. They're saying it's because of Israel, but they're saying... one of their slogans is literally death to all Jews. Don't they have that written on a flag in Arabic or something? Like, isn't that like a thing? Am I making this up or no? Like, I'm pretty sure their slogan is death to all Jews, not Israel has some problems and we'd like them to stop doing that bad stuff. I'm pretty sure it's the death to all Jews thing is what's is what they're fighting for. Is he even speaking Arabic? I don't know. Every language I don't understand just sounds like nothing to me. It's like Metal Gear Solid 5 until you get like a translator to like Hasan's actually got the translator here, you know? It's like he has like the flag is a Freudian slip. Like Hasan's got a live translator like you get in Metal Gear Solid 5. I need that, by the way, where you just get live translated subtitles for anything said to you. Google Glasses, or not Google Glasses, but those smart glasses are making that possible. My friend Ethan has those like smart glasses, the really good ones, and they're pretty fucking cool. They are making programs for those smart glasses that can see American Sign Language and with like 99% accuracy determine what that person's saying and literally add subtitles in front of you floating as a hologram when you're talking to someone who's speaking to you with American Sign Language. So that's just one thing. What happens when it can live Google Translate what someone's saying to you with subtitles? So it's like Metal Gear Solid 5 when you hear like the Russian communications over like walkie-talkies, and you don't know what they're saying because you don't know Russian, but you can see subtitles of what they're saying. You know what troop movements they're doing because of it. Like, we're literally like a year away from that. Like, I'm saying like we're a year or less away from that if you've got those smart glasses. It might already be a thing. Frankly, that is how close we are to it being a thing. That's what we need, dude. Then I can travel anywhere and I don't have to learn any other languages. That's ideal.
That's good. Okay, so what does he think about American?
Okay, so with that one aside, I want to show the really, really cringe clip. The one that really personifies all of this. I guess I got blocked by the biggest poster of the clip because I quote tweeted them. And these Hasan fans are afraid of a shadow banned account, I guess. Oh, here's a good post. Hasan saying what the Houthis are doing is exactly what Luffy does in One Piece is so fucking cringe. Actually insane brain rot. It's all to please his, like, mostly young, at most college-aged, LARPy-ass fan base. And, of course, like, the failures of adults that are in his audience, too. Like, there's actually an embarrassing amount of adults in his audience that are eating this shit up as well.
Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
Oh, اوكي. اول شيء بقول لك انه ممكن هذا السؤال يكون شوي اهبل بس بسألك تعرف شو هو ون بيس؟ عمرك سمعت بون بيس؟
اكيد يعني منذ الطفوله وانا اشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Is it Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire.
This is Gen Z brain rot right in front of you, okay? You're seeing the peak of Gen Z brain rot among supposedly lefty progressive Gen Z right now. Does his translator have a Houthi flag in the background, or am I wrong? He very well may. I'm not gonna lie. Like, dude, you guys know Hasan has literally been, for as long as he's been popular on YouTube, just pro-terrorism against America. Like, his biggest viral clip was that time he claimed that America deserved 9/11. Knowing what we know now about him, I don't think that was a meme. I don't think he was saying America's foreign policy decisions led to 9/11 and that America's, like, decisions caused it to happen. And he just sort of, like, maybe went a bit too far in how he worded it. No, I think he full-on meant American citizens deserve to be slaughtered in a civilian attack like because of what American politicians did. I genuinely think he actually thinks that based on the fact that he just hates America. Or I don't even think he hates America. No, Hasan doesn't hate America. Hasan is an immigrant who came to America and built a multi-million-dollar business living in the most American capitalist, like fucking, he lives the most materialistic American capitalist life ever. For like a life that most even wealthy YouTubers don't even splurge as much on. Like, do you even see Markiplier flex as much as Hasan does? Markiplier, PewDiePie, hell, Mr. Beast doesn't live as lavishly as Hasan does, okay? This dude is living the most lavish life you can imagine for an American YouTuber to live. And he built this career as an immigrant shitting on America. He got everything out of America anyone could hope to, and his career is built on shitting on it. Listen, I get criticizing America. There's a lot of problems. There's a big difference between criticizing America and outright claiming America is evil while sitting in your multi-million-dollar American mansion with your American clothes, with your American capitalist life. It is beyond ironic. And the fact that his audience eat this shit up like pigs and they don't realize how ironic it is, it's what I feel like it makes the left look really, really bad. You've noticed, by the way, how much content dunking on Hasan there's been lately and how that content has not been bad. Like, non-lefty content creators are making Hasan takedown videos, and they're good. They're substantiated. They're true. They're reasonable. They don't have to lie or go out of pocket. And because Hasan is the largest of all lefty content creators, his mistakes reflect poorly on everyone on the left, content creator or no. You look bad to a large proportion of people on the internet because of Hasan's actions. Doesn't matter if it's valid or if it's like a reasonable thought process for people to judge you by. It's just how it is. The only time I've seen Markiplier flex his wealth was after his OnlyFans dropped, and he said, if you guys show up for charity like you do for my ass, we could cure cancer. Yeah, that's I think that's fair. But, like, I've never seen Markiplier I've never even seen Markiplier, like, doing a video or a stream where he's not just wearing a t-shirt. Like, you realize that Hasan, like, has to put an insane amount of work to dress up like this for his stream, right? Like, he is actively trying to look wealthy when he dresses like this. Like, I wake up and I immediately start gathering my topics, what I'm going to cover, and getting showered, getting food, and that's my whole work day before stream. And then I've got to go live, and then I've got maybe a few hours of being awake before I pass the fuck out. That's my work day. That's what my day today is going to be. It's what my day yesterday was going to be. It was, and that's what every stream day I have had for the last year has been, okay? Wake up, get on my computer to start gathering topics, eat when I've got time, shower, after scheduling stream, announce my stream, make sure I'm at my computer for it, stream until it's dark out, and then stay up as long as I can to enjoy my night before I pass the fuck out, which is usually a couple hours, maybe just like 30 minutes. That is the life of like most streamers. And when you are actively trying to get time in there to dress like this, like there are big wealthy YouTubers and streamers that are dressed the same way I am right now on their stream. They're wearing the same clothes I am. Because they're not trying to, like, flex. The YouTubers who are trying to flex are the ones that dress like Hasan. Maybe I'm, like, psychoanalyzing here, but as a content creator who has, like, some level of insight into what the life of a content creator streamer is like, Hasan is actually sacrificing a lot just to look like this on stream to flex that he has money.
Oh, my God. Dude, we think
Moist Critical dresses exactly like me.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن إنه.
Did you guys fucking hear that shit? Did you guys hear that shit? Let me.
Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
Oh wait, hold on. It rewinded all the way to the beginning.
One Piece. عمرك سمعت ب One Piece?
Had One Piece. Luffy.
Is it Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire.
That's
oh
fire,
my God.
Bro.
Dude, we
it's
think
so fire.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing
that's
what
so
Luffy
fire,
would do.
dude.
You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن إنه.
Okay, this is a stupid question.
Literally the cringiest fucking thing I've ever heard. The Houthis are doing what Luffy would do. Oh my fucking God. Listen, I'm sure there's tons of gems that came out of this, but I genuinely can't bring myself to watch more of it. I really can't do it. This is what came up right before I went live, and I can't wait to be able to watch this now. Destiny and Hasan in a Philip DeFranco thumbnail. Holy shit. We are certainly in a timeline, that's for sure. Fucking hell. God, another reason to hate Hasan. Let's fucking go! I just can't stop taking these W's. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. That is, sadly, the last segment I have for today, and I feel like the last drop of energy in my tank. Tomorrow, I will, of course, be taking off. No stream tomorrow. I missed most of it. Oh, I'm sorry, Heavy Gretel. I'm glad you were here, though. Tomorrow, I will, of course, not be streaming. Tomorrow's my day off, but the next 2 days after tomorrow, I will, of course, be streaming. Check my DMs, damn it. I'm so tired. Tell us this recent tweet. Here, I'll unblock you and go. I don't know what you did to get blocked. You probably deserved it, but I'm giving you a rare second chance, okay? Only real takeaway from this is that if a YouTuber isn't an Epstein disciple, he has a foot fetish. Or, comma, is completely normal. Anyway, guys. Okay. I am a sleepy boy, alright? I want to stream longer. I would love to do a bit of a cooldown segment, but I'm a sleepy boy. I want to chill out. I want to eat. I'm so fucking hungry. Apparently, I have to take my trash to the street. God damn it. It's trash day. I gotta take my trash to the street, and it's, like, raining, and it's, like, 1 degree above freezing, so, like, 1 degree colder, and it would be snowing. But no, it's just freezing rain. So that's gonna be fun to go carry, or fucking drag my trash cans out to the street in. So, wish me luck, guys. Wish me luck. Anyway, I love you all very much. You are all amazing. You are all awesome and beautiful little pog champs. I love you all very much. I'm gonna enjoy my day off tomorrow. Know that triple uploads, that means 3 uploads a day minimum, not counting streams and like shorts and stuff, are started today and will be going on indefinitely. I just know that. So if you're looking to have constant feed of new Xanderhall videos coming out, and if you miss streams, just know there's going to be a constant feed of videos hitting your timeline 3 times a day. So even if you don't like a video, you don't even have to watch it. You can wait for noon or the evening's upload. So there's going to be a lot more opportunities for videos to go out that you guys are going to be more interested in, which I think is good because YouTube really values high upload quantity. So yeah, with all that said, guys, I really appreciate you all. You're all amazing and beautiful. And as always, have a good one. Doo-doo fart.